gathering of leaders from government, academia, industry, and the health and insurance ecosystem coming together for the NHCX Innovation Meet 2026 hosted here at IIT Hyderabad. My name is Meghna and I will be your host for today's sessions. On behalf of the National Health Authority, I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, speakers, innovators, and participants who have joined us today. The National Health Authority is the apex body responsible for implementing flagship digital health initiatives of the Government of India, including Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABDM. Through ABDM, India is building the digital backbone for healthcare, enabling secure and interoperable exchange of health information across the ecosystem. As part of this mission, the National Health Claims Exchange, NHCX, is being developed as a digital infrastructure to standardize and streamline health insurance claims between hospitals, insurers, TPAs, and digital solution companies through interoperable standards. The NHCX Innovation Meet has been envisioned as a platform to bring together innovators, developers, and ecosystem stakeholders to collaboratively solve real-world interoperability challenges and accelerate the adoption of standardized digital claims infrastructure in India. Today's event celebrates innovation, collaboration, and the collective effort of the ecosystem in shaping the future of India's digital health claims. With that, let us move into the opening session of the NHCX Innovation Meet. May I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly join us on stage. First, I would like to invite Shri Deepak Sood, Member, Non-Life Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Next, I request Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, National Health Authority. May I now invite Professor G. Narahari Shastri, Dean, IIT Hyderabad. I now request Dr. S. Prakash, CEO Health, General Insurance Corporation of India. I would like to invite Shri P. Uday Kumar, CEO, State Health Agency, Telangana. And I finally request Shri Gaur Sundar, Chief Investigator, National Resource Center for EHR Standards, CDAC, Pune. I once again extend a warm welcome to our dignitaries who have joined us on the dais this morning. IIT Hyderabad has been at the forefront of innovation and research in technology and engineering, and we are grateful for their support in hosting the NHCX Innovation Meet. To begin the proceedings, I would like to invite Professor G. Narahari Shastri, Dean of IIT Hyderabad, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. It's really nice to see that our Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska ji and the Secretary, also NHA, for giving us this opportunity to host all of you, dignitaries on this stage and off this stage. Today we are going to have this innovation meet, that NHCX Hackathon final, where they have chosen IIT Hyderabad as a place to conduct this. Besides this hackathon, we also look at the opportunities and the issues that are there with this healthcare. Healthcare is something which has many issues, and probably some of the most advanced countries have the problems to deal with it. So how we will be able to come up with a better way of easing the situations, because basically somebody will be meeting with an accident or something, they go to a hospital, and there are lots of questions that are there. We don't know whether they are eligible or not. And I'm sure that with the technology, we can have a lot more ease in dealing with these problems. And I'm sure that in the next couple of days, discussions and deliberations, people will be talking about all these issues. About IIT Hyderabad, AI in healthcare is one of the niche areas that we are focusing on. And there were several projects. There is also a Section 8 company called Center for Healthcare CFHE, which is stationed, and there are many startups which are there. And we have a Department of Biotechnology and Department of Biomedical Engineering, which is there. And there is a good ecosystem where we have two buildings, if you can see, which are very similar looking. One is a Technology Innovation Park and the Technology Research Park. The Technology Innovation Park is to incubate the ideas, whether it is healthcare or semiconductors or many things, where people can incubate their ideas, and the space is given for free, and then the infrastructure is also given, where one IIT Hyderabad faculty will be mentoring them. And these ideas can come either from IIT Hyderabad or from outside. And once they have a startup company type of a thing, we have about 330 startups which are incubated in our TRP. Over the last 4 years, they have generated about 1,500 crores, close to $200 million they have raised, where the initial support is about 10 crores or so. So we are very happy that there is a very good system of innovation, and there is also a separate dean for innovation, translation and startups, which is one of very important areas for IIT Hyderabad. We have about 5,700 students and 340 faculty, and we are among the best in the second generation IITs, because you probably are aware that there are 3 different generations of IITs. The first generation, and around 2008 there were about 7-8 new second generation IITs have come, and 2015 there were another third generation IITs are there. Now totally 23 IITs are there, and we are having a campus of 600 acres, and a large number of collaborations are happening with industry and academia. And we are also very much looking forward to see how you can work with IIT Hyderabad, and then we are very happy to work with you. And I once again thank you very much for giving the IIT Hyderabad the opportunity to host this session, and I hope that next few days will be smooth for you. And if there are any issues, because many parallel things are going on, and the enthusiasm for the participation and others who, it was a little bit more than what we have expected. So there may be some issues in the logistics, and please feel free to bring it to our volunteers, and then I hope that you will have a fantastic personal time. And please go around the campus, and we are also having a very big sports complex, probably one of the best in the country, where they have conducted the Inter-IIT sports meet this year. And I hope that you will have a good time. Thank you very much, and all the best for the next 2 days.
Thank you, Professor Shastri, for the warm welcome and hosting us here at IIT Hyderabad. Next, I would like to request Dr. S. Prakash, CEO Health at the General Insurance Corporation of India, to share his remarks. With extensive experience in the insurance sector, his insights are invaluable toward building efficient and interoperable claim processes. May I request Dr. Prakash to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. My throat is not all that good, so I just wanted to convey that at the outset. I want to pass on my respect to member non-life, Mr. Deepak Sood, Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska from National Health Authority, Mr. Gaur Sundar, Mr. Uday Kumar, and Dean Professor Shastri. A very good morning to all of you. From from General Insurance Council, we can say that we have studied in depth this platform, and we are very, very convinced with the objective and the benefit it can offer to the stakeholders. So we are going to closely work with NHA and enhance adoption of NHCX and see that how best all the stakeholders get the benefits of this immense task. I wish this project and this symposium a very grand success, and I again reiterate our support towards a very, very successful objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for sharing your perspectives. Next, I would like to invite Shri Gaur Sundar, Chief Investigator at National Resource Center for EHR Standards, CDAC Pune, to share his remarks.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to National Health Authority to invite us to participate in the hackathon, and we are very thankful that we were part of the entire journey, right from refining the problem statement all the way to jury and even today. Since we deal with the standards most of the time, ISO 56000 defines innovation as a new or changed entity which realizes or redistributes value. So in other terms, it is basically, if you look at dictionary, innovation is defined as a process of making change to an established entity or a process that brings newer value by way of new idea or new method or new product. NHCX, from that example, very well fits the innovation definition of not only the standard but also the vernacular meaning. We are not trying to redo or trying to redefine as such what a health claim process is. We are trying to innovate it by technology. You know that our country is a country of diversity. We have geographical diversity, we have economic diversity, we have linguistic diversity. But technology has a way of providing the bridge between these diversities so that some sort of equality in at least accessibility and reach can be provided. NHCX is one such effort, and National Health Authority is leading that effort, and NRCS has been part and parcel of it, where we were looking at the record approach into the National Record Exchange. When it came to health claim, we thought of a process approach, and the bundles were created in terms of looking at the entire claim process and then making it digital, standardized, structured, and semantically interoperable. It is a really good effort. The problem statements were designed to look at the challenges that we have faced in over a year and a half of implementing NHCX. And technologists like you are expected to find solutions and make it simpler and easier so that we can celebrate our diversity, but we can also reach the very people that we want to reach all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. It is now my privilege to invite Shri Deepak Sood, Member Non-Life at the IRDAI, to address the gathering. We are honored to have you with us today, sir.
Good morning, Kiran, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Gaur, Professor Shastri,
all of you gathered here. It's good to see young minds on this key topic. See, healthcare and the entire value chain has been something that has bothered all of us, not just in terms of, not just here, but as was mentioned by Professor Shastri, the world over. It's an issue that needs that continuous attention. The fact is that in this entire value chain, on the one side, we have the health providers. And the health providers, when we say, is not just hospitals, but if you look at the entire ecosystem, it's all the facilities, the pharmacies, the diagnostic centers, the OPD facilities. And at the other end, you have the patient, the person needing healthcare, and that is practically everyone, the entire citizenry at some stage or the other, you need that kind of healthcare. And then there is the insurance ecosystem, which is trying to provide a cushion, a way of financing healthcare and more expensive healthcare. Now, if you look at this ecosystem, there is substantial amount of friction between the ecosystem at all stages. And it's not unique to us here in India, it's all over the world, as I was mentioning, but it's a substantial amount of friction between the providers, which is the healthcare providers, and the payers, which we refer to as the insurers, most of them challenging what had to be done, not to be done, what is correct, what is the timing. But at the end of the day, the real person who finds it extremely difficult to navigate this complexity is the patient or the policyholder or the customer of the hospital, whatever you want to call him. So I think anything that we do at any end should always be oriented towards a common interest of saying, how do we make the life, the journey of that patient seamless, as smooth as possible? How do we deliver value to that individual? Because I think we should all remember that that individual is none other than us at some stage or the other. So basically, we're creating an ecosystem for ourselves. And I think that is where one of the key elements that comes in between the providers and the payers, the hospitals, the entire infrastructure there, as well as the insurance companies who are paying, one of the key problems that comes in is the talking to each other, the transparency of billing, what is right, what is wrong, the taxonomy that is there, the language that each party uses, the disparate systems today existing, the technology systems existing. I think there was one time when everybody only had to contend with the handwriting of doctors as to what they had written, but now I think it's multiple technologies which also have to come together the way they are expressed. And one of these solutions that is there in the offing and that has come out is the NHCX. The NHCX, the National Health Claim Exchange, one of the biggest initiatives, and I think one of the most innovative and the forward-looking initiatives, and perhaps unique across the globe. I don't know, Kiran, anywhere else there's something like this exists? I don't think so. I mean, it's one of our key and exclusive digital public infrastructures which India has become so popular for, which have solved so many problems like the UPI movement. So here we have a solution which can solve these entire solutions and at least reduce the friction little by little. At some time make it completely seamless. It is that one rails through which we can connect the different parties and make this transition extremely smooth. We are looking at currently hospitals to insurance providers. Subsequently, we are also looking at directly people being able to make an insurance claim through NHCX, even on a reimbursement basis. We may look at a futuristic solution of saying that, okay, hospitalization and treatment doesn't end there. There is post-hospitalization care, there's pre-hospitalization, there are diagnostic centers, there are pharmacies that need to come in. Can we get them on board at some stage so that the entire journey from pre-hospitalization diagnostics to hospitalization to post-hospital care, everything is smooth and seamless? And if this is achieved, then what we move more and more closer to what is the aim from an insurance perspective of saying 100% cashless anywhere, so that if any policy holder has an issue and wants to get into a hospital, he will get a cashless treatment at any point. And that is, I think, the most ideal situation and which we are striving towards. And when I say 100% cashless, today in hospitals, tomorrow even after for post-care. It's this stage, I think this, most of you would understand this little piece that comes in between of making this journey seamless through disparate systems existing with insurers as well as with hospital providers on the other side, and the NHCX in between trying to resolve it is where all of you come in. It's the ideas that have to come in, the solutions that have to come in, and I think the younger generation thinks faster, much better, much quicker, and newer way of looking at it, and that's what we've been looking for, and that's what's been the goal of the hackathon. And I'm told that there are some wonderful solutions that have come out which we are looking at. So thank you all of you for participating in it. I think you are doing a big service by putting forth your ideas. It's a new way of looking at it. There's always a lot of talk about AI being able to do this and AI being able to do that, but I'm very happy that there's a lot of natural intelligence that has also gone into it to solve these problems, which I think are our real everyday life problems. So once again, I would personally like to thank you very much for participating in it, for all your ideas that have come through. And remember, an idea that has been generated today, whether there are winners, there are losers, or anything, but we are sitting here today in IIT, a center for technology, a center for science. Remember one thing, that no idea is loses at any point of time, because an idea that is not today is perhaps the seed for a much larger idea later on. Technology, the research papers that come out always build on each other till you reach a particular stage and the manifestation takes place. So every idea is of extreme value. Some ideas to be implemented immediately, some will be the basis and the seed for the idea to grow and perhaps be the solution in future. So thank you so much, and keep participating, and I really look forward to the deliberations over these 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful address. Next, it is my pleasure to invite Shri P. Uday Kumar, CEO, SHA Telangana, to now address the gathering.
So, good morning, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm sorry, a bit late. I got stuck in traffic a little bit. So, I am based out of Hyderabad. I run a state-run health insurance scheme by name Arogyashri Healthcare Trust. So, the idea that a national exchange for information, information asymmetry, difficulty that normally any insurance provider, including us, face, is trying to be addressed through this hackathon, and the ideas coming out of the hackathon, probably converting the ideas into probably solutions, is a great initiative. I thank NHA for the same. As you are aware, there are a lot of players, as sir from IRDA was mentioning, that there are a lot of players in when we talk about health ecosystem. So all the players, despite having information available out there, it is not available to the players in a useful format. So any information being generated in a useful format through any idea or probably a technology solution will probably reduce our processing time, and also probably would help in assessing the risk scores of maybe the process and the procedure and the patient and the health institutions. So these things, when they are made available to all the players, the processing time will come down, and probably we would be able to cover more institutions, more procedures, and more hospitals come forward readily. Right now, we, especially state-run insurance players, we find it difficult in few cases to some hospitals to onboard, especially the private institutions, government institutions, we anyways mandatorily onboard them. So it's a great initiative. So I thank NHA for the same. So we would be eagerly looking forward for the solutions that have come up, and probably if we can implement in our own institutions in the way probably that could help all the players in the entire ecosystem. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. I would now like to invite Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska, Joint Secretary and Mission Director of ABDM at the National Health Authority, to address the gathering.
Thank you. A very good morning, everyone. Shri Deepak Sood, Member Non-Life, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, Dr. S. Prakash, Uday, Professor Shastri, Dr. Gaur Sundar, my colleagues Vikram and Nikhil sitting over there, and innovators, hospital tech team members, my own tech team from NHA, students from IIT Hyderabad, and all the participants and winners of the hackathon. You will of course be receiving your prizes tomorrow in the main session. But it gives me immense pleasure to come here to Hyderabad, my hometown, to come and first look at this beautiful campus. I mean, when we were giving JEE, had this campus been there, perhaps we would have chosen to come and study here instead of going to IIT Bombay. So, one thing about the campuses is that these are very invigorating. I mean, the moment you step in, you have a breath of fresh air. I mean, it gives you that freedom, it gives you that what you call detachment from the rest of whatever is happening, to think freely, to innovate, and what Professor Shastri has mentioned about the innovation, the incubation hub, and the kind of multiplier effect that innovation hub is having is really a testimony to the fact that our educational institutions are really top class and are creating those solutions that can solve real human problems. And this is exactly one of the things that we at NHA have taken it as a philosophy and also taken it as an approach in making sure that we have this connect with our educational institutions. What is happening is we have the best of teachers, the best of students in our institutions, IITs, AIIMS, other campuses, but that connect between academia and industry and government is something that we have not been able to fully stitch. I mean, there have been efforts from time to time, but I think to reach a certain level where a research idea translates into a pilot that is supported by the government, and then it is converted into a marketable solution by an industry player, and it becomes a solution, it becomes a unicorn, is something that we as part of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission intend to take forward. And it is with this mission that we are making sure that we engage with all our premier institutions. We have an MOU with IISc Bangalore. We have an MOU with IIT Kanpur. We work very closely with IIT Bombay, and I'm happy that we are working now with IIT Hyderabad as well. In fact, with IIT Kanpur, we developed both the benchmarking platform for AI solutions that was released recently in the India AI Impact Summit. So this is the kind of close cooperation we are looking forward to. And then coming to the platform at hand, or the exchange at hand, NHCX. So this is one of the core building blocks of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which also includes the Aadhaar number, which includes the health professional registry, the health facility registry, and then the Unified Health Interface, the Health Information Exchange Consent Manager. The National Health Claims Exchange is unique in its way that it is something that has very quickly caught the imagination of every stakeholder, simply because it is trying to solve a problem that has been persistent in the industry, insurance industry, in which on one hand we have the providers, that is the hospitals, on the other hand we have the payers, the insurers, and the most important stakeholder in this is the citizen. And most of us, either in our own family, direct family, or in our relatives, have experienced this thing where you have insurance, you go to a hospital, you get admitted, you get treated, and then when you are ready for discharge, the doctor usually comes in the morning, he goes for his rounds and says, maybe around 9, 10 in the morning, he says, okay, good to go. But the actual discharge ends up happening at 4 o'clock. Has any of you seen, heard, or experienced this? Yes. What is happening? And this is exactly that information asymmetry Uday talked about. The hospital is not aware what all procedures are covered, or what is allowed, what is not allowed. And then the citizen is not aware whether the hospital is putting an effort, whether there is a delay at the hospital level, whether there is a delay at the TPA level, or whether there is a delay at the insurer level. And then it is also estimated that, again, the insurance industry told us this, that every claim to process costs approximately 700-800 rupees. One claim. That means OPD, unless somebody is charging you 3,000, 5,000 per sitting, straight away becomes unviable. Therefore, they'll have to try to find ways to make up for that. And then imagine the amount of time and energy that goes into processing claims, and all of this, the cost and time is because everything is manual. Most of it. Many single digit percentage, some insurance companies who are more tech savvy have been able to digitize some parts of it, but majority of it is still physical. So there is a TPA, there are people who are looking at it and then who are looking at each case manually. And the irony is, even if you go to a hospital where everything is digital, your registration is done digitally, your lab reports are coming digitally, when it comes to submitting claim, he will take a printout, scan it, and then upload it. That's the funny part. So you are converting a digital thing into a physical thing, then again scanning it and converting it and uploading. Imagine the sheer waste of resources and sheer it goes against common sense. So this is exactly where I would say the founding fathers of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission said, no, this can't be like this. So therefore, when the early thought about having this whole digital mission, earlier called the National Digital Mission, came in, the first strategy document or the first NHCX, ABDM stack talked about having a common claims platform that can help in standardization and digitization of claims. And then once the National Digital Health Blueprint came in, that clearly laid out what kind of an exchange this should be. And thanks to efforts, untiring efforts by our tech teams, they are sitting here, Yagnesh is here, Latif is here, Brahmaji is here, all of you are here. We've been able to build this exchange and prove that it works. Today, the entire PMJY workload goes through NHCX for the entire country. Entire CGHS pensioners workload goes through this. Entire Central Armed Police Force claims goes through the claims exchange. In addition, almost every private insurance company that deals with healthcare is onboarded as on the payer side. Now, the challenge is onboarding the hospital side. We have close to 600-700 hospitals. We've been doing it. In fact, I and Mr. Senger from GIC, we traveled to 11 different parts of the country around 1.5 years back. It's like we were doing kind of road shows where we were meeting these hospital associations, telling them what this claims exchange is, and the 600-700 hospitals are actually perhaps a result of that. But we need to accelerate further. And this is very important because DPIs like NHCX have been able to, and earlier we have shown that by this DPI approach, we will be able to solve problems faster and in a more efficient and cost-effective manner. I'll give you one example again. You know, when we started this whole effort of creating bank accounts, there was some economist who plotted per capita income against the percentage saturation of bank accounts and said that if India were to reach 80% saturation of bank accounts for adult population based on our current GDP per capita, they said we'll take 47 years. 47 years. And how many years did we do it in? To reach 80% bank account through Jan Dhan? 8 years. Imagine, sorry? 80% नहीं हुआ 5 years में. 5 years है तो और भी बढ़िया है ना? So basic idea is that we've been able to achieve some things that were considered impossible because, क्यों? Because eKYC. Aadhaar, the DPI, the fundamental identity, digital identity that we've created has been able to give us that opportunity, and that is how we've been able to break every conception and achieve this thing now. So this is exactly what the government of India has been taking as an approach to solve public problems or population scale problems by creating these DPIs. Now, the interesting thing about Aadhaar, or interesting thing about what we've been doing in UIDI, in IBDM, is we have not done everything on our own. And this is where things like hackathons, these challenges, and their idea is through the claims exchange, what we want to do is break that information asymmetry and make sure that you get discharged the moment you are ready for discharge. You know what is, the hospital knows what is covered, what is not covered. The insurer is assured that whatever claim that is coming to me is coming from a reliable entity, is coming from a hospital which has a proper track record, is coming from a patient who has a proper track record. And in addition, by adding the other parts of ABDM, the longitudinal health records, insurance companies are able to optimize premiums and are able to do what we call continuous underwriting. अभी तो आपका premium हर साल में एक बार होता है. What if we are able to do it once a month? What if we are able to calculate it real time based on how your health parameters are going up and down? I mean, all of this is possible. But then in order to make this possible, we need to make sure that the ecosystem is able to onboard onto this platform in a seamless manner. And this is where the problem statements that have been chosen for this hackathon have been identified to make sure that it becomes easier. What are the problem statements? One, we said, one very important thing about ABDM is we never said you have to use only this software. We never said you have to use only this HMIS. We said use whatever suits you. Just follow the standards that we have given. That is what has been the philosophy of NHA while implementing the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So one of the problem statements is you have a legacy HMIS system, but you want to connect to the claims exchange. We need a converter that will help a legacy system to automatically or seamlessly connect with the claims exchange by creating NHCX compliant or ABDM compliant fire bundles. The second statement is, like I said, see, we cannot expect all HMIS systems to immediately directly connect with NHCX and start sending structured data from day one. So therefore, okay, we said, okay, you have PDFs, you have scanned documents, we should be able to scan it and create a structured fire bundle out of it, so that once it goes through NHCX to the payer, perhaps he can do auto adjudication, or perhaps he can have an engine that can make processing even faster. That's the second challenge. And the third one is, an insurance company has 200 products. And in NHCX, we have what is called a plan object. Yagnesh will explain it better after this session. The plan object is nothing but whatever contract you have with the insurer as part of an insurance policy, it is a FHIR or XML based representation of that contract. So we said, okay, one of the challenges is how do you automatically convert such a contract into a FHIR object or a plan object. And then we said, okay, we have done this part. We also need to think whatever is possible, and thinking ऐसा नहीं है कि ज्ञान का भंडार केवल हमारे में है, NHA में है. It is there everywhere. So we said, okay, we'll do our ideathon also. We said, why don't we ask everyone, how can we leverage NHCX to make sure that fraud or any kind of abuse can be reduced by using NHCX? That was one of the challenges. And the third and the last one is about what more can be done in NHCX, or how we can use NHCX for optimizing the time and cost that is taken for processing claims. So this is how we have tried to approach this problem of actually utilizing our collective intelligence, the talent pool that we have in our educational institutions, and then the large number of tech companies, and I also like to thank all our partners, the India InsurTech, of course, NRCS has been our partner from the very beginning, NABH, IRDA. Without IRDA, I think this is impossible. IRDA, the regulator, has been behind us, has been supporting us right from the very first joint working group we had, where we conceptualized NHCX and started working on it. So with all your support, we want to take NHCX to the next level, where we want to move from those 600 hospitals to 60,000 hospitals or more that are currently involved in the insurance ecosystem today. So I thank you all once again for attending this opening session, and the technical sessions that we are going to have today, and also the presentations from the winners. And then tomorrow's session is also going to be very important, where we had our senior leaders also to come and speak. CEO NHA, Chairman IRDAI are also going to be here, and Principal Secretary Andhra Pradesh is also going to come here to tell what AP is doing in terms of AI and tech in healthcare. So thank you all once again, and I congratulate all the winners, and thank you all, and have a great day ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Thank you to all our dignitaries for their valuable addresses. As a gesture of appreciation, may I request Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska sir to kindly present tokens of appreciation to our esteemed dignitaries. I request the dignitaries to kindly come forward as their names are called. Shri Deepak Sood. Professor G. Narahari Shastri. Dr. S. Prakash. Shri P. Uday Kumar. Shri Gaur Sundar. May I now request Professor Shastri to kindly present a token of appreciation to Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska sir. Thank you once again to all our speakers for joining us on stage. Thank you. We now move to the next session of the morning. This session will provide an overview of NHCX and its technical architecture, offering insights into how standardized and interoperable claim transactions can transform the health insurance ecosystem. To take us through the session, we have Mr. Yagneshwar Machela from TCS, the technical architecture of NHCX, who has been closely involved in shaping its architecture and implementation. May I invite Mr. Yagneshwara to kindly take the stage.
Hello. Yep. Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Kiran sir. You have given enough background why we actually need a platform like National Health Claims Exchange. But sir, to everyone, I just want to take a pause. Okay, how many people really see the friction between the providers and payers when it comes to the coverage eligibility? This is a typical problem that everyone must have faced in hospitals. Of course, we would have had so many arguments with our TPS or insurance companies, right? So, what actually that we are now trying to solve? We are now trying to build and then, enable to ecosystem partners like hospitals, TPAs, and insurance companies. We have, so I don't have time to explain the friction, but yes, I just want to take a small example, before we go into the actual technicalities. Imagine there is a hospital who actually have 3 different types of patients. One from insurance A, another from insurance B, of course, another from some public health assurance programs like PMJ, right? All might have had similar diagnosis, similar procedure. But what happens at billing team? Billing team actually has to they have to open 3 different portals. If they are digital, of course, they have their own IT softwares to submit claims. So we have to, the billing team has to open 3 different portals. They have to upload 3 different types of documents as per the TPR or insurance guidelines, correct? But again, there is another problem. When there is a query from an insurance company or a TPA, what they typically do, they simply send an email saying, okay, there is a document missing, or okay, this particular protocol is not supported by the diagnosis that you have selected, or whatever it is, right? And again, the billing team actually has to run after the doctors and then say, sir, there is a rejection, or okay, there is a query, so kindly provide another document. So again, they will go and then take all those documents and then upload again. So it actually takes a lot of time to upload and then get the approvals on time. That is the reason, okay, we are typically see delays in processing. So what happens at hospitals? They actually find challenging, there is a challenge in actually making the bundles, okay, making the documents as per the TPR insurance guidelines for different types of patients. So to avoid what actually we want to build, what we have actually enabled, you come with a standard claim document. So when I say standard claim document, it is not different from payer to payer or provider to provider. It is the same structured document where it contains 4 major elements. One is, of course, the patient information. Another one is the diagnosis. And then the treatment protocol. And there are few support documents as per the diagnosis. And of course, we need to submit as per the guidelines. Okay, you have to declare some treating doctor details. So these 4 sections are mandatory. Apart from this, okay, do we really accept anything else? No. So when we have made this structured document, we have decided, okay, let us have a simple semantic information based on, okay, the standards that we are talking like ICD-10, ICD-9, or SNOMED CT or any other document, you follow whatever it is. And then construct this claim document. When you construct this claim document, what happens? It can go into any software because it is a standard structured document. It can be read by a machine also, right? So when you read that, and you can actually upload those documents into your own IT software, whichever form that you want to upload, you can do it. So when we have had the structured document, the payer, the TPA, he actually can do the adjudication without any manual intervention also. For example, let us say there is a cataract surgery where it requires only the eligibility. See, typically what insurance companies or TPS do, they only check whether this particular ailment is covered by the policy or not. If it is a structured information, it is easy for me to go and check against my insurance policy, right? Because there is a code associated with, and I can go and check this code is available in the policy or not. Once code is available, okay, have they uploaded? There are certain mandatory documents that are required for each and every ailment, correct? So they can go and check whether the documents that are submitted are again aligned as per the policy or not. If so, then what is the need of manual intervention? It is absolutely zero. So we can easily automate, or we can easily do the auto adjudication by just checking certain parameters, right? So that is possible, okay, when you actually implement the structured information. So if you see the right side, there is a provider app, there is a payer app, and in between we have NHCX layer. So typically what NHCX layer does, it takes the data from provider software through certain APIs. We have actually enabled few APIs. We call it as technical APIs. And of course, each and every API is supported by one profile. That is a domain specification, which is fully FHIR compliant document. There is no other element that we actually accept using the domain specification. So once we have that, what typically we do validate the request payload that we actually get. So that has few fields like who is sending the claim, who is supposed to receive the claim, and of course, to whom the claim is getting submitted. So to whom in the sense, okay, the patient, right? So these are the three elements that we actually validate in National Health Claims Exchange using the registries that we have. Actually the ABA ID is actually for the beneficiaries. We validate whether the submitted patient is actually having ABA. If so, whether this is a valid ABA or not. And there is a provider ID where we actually go and check against our HFR registry, where we actually maintain all provider database with us. So we verify whether he is a registered the provider or not. And then of course, as part of National Health Claims Exchange, we have asked all the TPAs and insurance companies to register their entry in National Health Claims Exchange registry, that we call it as payer registry. So we actually validate, see these identities are available, if they are valid or not. If they are valid, so the payer system actually understand, okay, this has come from legitimate users, legitimate systems, so I can do the auto adjudication, right? So that is what, okay, we are trying to build as part of this whole system. So now let us just go into the protocols that we actually prepared. Yeah, so when we have designed these protocols, we have followed few basic design elements. Of course, these are derived from National Health Authority. There is a concept design principles published by Government of India. So we have taken certain fundamental design principles from them, and then we have designed our APIs. Most of the APIs, not most of the APIs, all of the APIs are asynchronous exchange protocols. It means when you submit, okay, you don't need to wait for a complete processing at other side, right? You can actually submit, you get the acknowledgement at least that, okay, the submitted request is received by the payer, so you get some 202 HTTP site. It means you can say my request is submitted at payer side, okay? That is what, okay, we are trying to do. And then after processing, they will respond again with some data, right? So there is on request. So for example, let us say if I submit for coverage eligibility, it is a coverage eligibility / request. But when payer trying to respond for eligibility thing, so they call on request API. Similarly for Priyad submit, there is a Priyad on submit. Similarly for claim, there is a Priyad on claim. So the response comes on a different API, which is again built by the provider systems. So it also ensures security and privacy of the sensitive information. When I say sensitive information, as a regulatory body or okay, as a authority, I don't have, though if I'm actually building a platform like NHCX, I don't have a authority to read your health information. We are very certain right from the beginning that no information, no health information that is passing through the NHCX should not be read by anyone, not even the system. So what we have done, we ensured the protocol that the payload that you are actually submitting should be followed certain security standards. So we followed RFC 7516. It actually have, there is an encoded protocol header and there is an encrypted payload. So the encoded protocol header will have small information, some small set of information like sender code, receiver code, workflow ID, and of course, there is a placeholder we have created for extensibility as part of the protocol. This is actually created exclusively for the NHA or okay, regulatory body like IRDA or okay, GIC. Why? Because today in insurance industry, right, IRDA is the regulatory body, they want to know what is happening in the insurance sector, right? So if they have received one claim or okay, one complaint from a beneficiary saying, okay, a particular hospital has not treated me well, or okay, they have charged extra. But when I go and inquire with payer said, okay, no, it is as per the policy, so we cannot do it. So how do you actually get that information? Typically now, currently what we do in industry currently, we actually ask insurance company to get the information, right? So they will give or they may not give also, we don't know. So what we actually envisioned in the beginning also, so let us have one domain header. When I say domain header, it is not going to have any health information of the patient, but it will actually have few informations like, okay, what is the ailment that is submitted, of course the amount that is submitted, and the case number, the claim number. So the claim number is very, very, very important. Tomorrow, if IRDA or okay, NHA or anyone, authorized person who wish to see what exactly happened to that particular claim. Right, so now there is a complaint received. So now what I have to do as an IRDA or as an NHA, I call one API on NHCX. I am not going to ask insurance company because I have received and I have a platform ready available. So I have a flexibility to pull the data as an authority, right? So I simply, because I have a protocol header where it has some domain information, I pass that claim number that I have received. Now I actually get the entire claim information that is adjudicated by the payer. So now IRDA or NHA can take a decision saying, okay, yes, this is genuine rejection, or okay, this is not genuine. Then they will take action against their payer or okay, their on the payer provider. So those are the APIs that we have it. But even there also, when we are actually asking, we are not taking it from the NHCX. We are actually taking it from the payer only. So the payer has to have certain APIs again that we will discuss a little later. So, and it also permits utilization of registries. As I told, we actually used certain registries, and it also protocol extension that, as I told, domain headers. And of course, as I told, the data access by entities like IRDA and all, because it is actually need basis. Because as I understand, IRDA has IIB as a separate unit to consolidate all the data that has come from insurance company. Now, when you have this platform, you don't need to ask. You can actually get entire visibility on what is happening from each and every insurance company. Though you are not actually getting the claim bundles, but you can know how many claims submitted by provider A, how many claims submitted to the payer A. So you can actually get and then put into your data warehouse or wherever it is, and then you can put some insights on top of it. And of course, this is fully agnostic. As I told, we are not, as an NHCX, as a platform provider, we are not keeping any information of patient. That is a fundamental requirement of us, and we are actually ensuring there should not be any data that has to be stored at our side. Yep. So this is just the envisioned benefits of NHCX. And of course, we all know the citizens, they are the primary, the stakeholder for us. If beneficiary is not satisfied or not happy, there is nothing like a payer, there is nothing like a provider, right? So what is that, okay, beneficiary, the citizen gets out of this NHCX? So as I mentioned earlier, there is a friction always between the providers and payers as on today. Even why do I create that friction between provider and payer, right? I don't need to, because I have a detailed policy document in the form of insurance plan. So when I say insurance plan, it actually contains the information pertaining to the ailments that are covered with different categories. Okay, there is a IP management, there is an accident management, there is a OP management, and of course in PMJ we have more complicated structure. So we have actually encoded with the insurance plan. So it actually covers each and every policy description. When I say policy description, there is an ailment that actually covers, but there are certain exclusions, there are certain inclusions. So how do I give that information? So we have very detailed insurance plan created by NRCS, and we have created few extensions because in Indian context, of course, with the kind of use cases that we have seen from the industry, we have to have certain extensions. We only created 2 extensions, one for document support information and another is for claim conditions. So support information is nothing but the medical documents that are required for adjudicating a claim. The claim conditions that are actually required to perform certain pre-admissible checks. When I say pre-admissible checks, as I told, right, there is a friction always, right? So when a patient goes to a hospital, he or she want to know whether this particular hospital is entitled or eligible to perform a surgery under so-and-so policy from so-and-so payer. How do I know that in advance? Because you are actually a beneficiary, purchased a policy from so-and-so insurance company. If the insurance company tabbed your policy with ABHA, you can actually retrieve your policy details directly from your mobile app. That is the beauty of, okay, the integration that we have done. And I want to really show the demo because many times we speak, but the visualization may be different from person to perception. So today, actually, I wanted to just, how do I share? Yes, please. Yeah, please. Yeah, please. I need light actually. Yes. Yeah, please. I want to browser. Yes. Yep, let me explain. I cannot see this. Yeah. So to your answer, right? I forgot to mention one point. It's not forgot, but it is not really required at this moment, so I didn't mention. So let me explain. Okay, there is one fundamental process in NHCX. As I said, there is a National Health Claims Section registry, right? So what do you mean by registry? Whoever is participating as an ecosystem partner means either is a provider or payer, they have to come and register as a provider in our system. So in this process, we have mandated them to update their public certificate. Okay, so when I say public certificate, it is actually a certificate where I can use it to encrypt. Okay, so when I encrypt and then send to you, only you can actually read it by using your private key, right? That is a fundamental thesis. So when a provider is trying to bundle the claim with whatever RFC 7516 the algorithm, so I actually get the public certificate by using the participant code, the provider ID from National Health Claims Exchange Registry. I get the public certificate and then do whatever is required, the encryption, and then I pass it. So now when I receive it as a recipient, when I receive it, it is only me who can receive it, right? Obviously, the encryption can, the encrypted bundle can be read only by the person who actually is supposed to read it. So using his own private key, he will decrypt and then take it to the next level. It answers or anything else? Slide, huh? Sir, I think we will answer your question. I have not come to that slide. Yeah. So I just want to demonstrate. So I just created one reference app for provider and one reference app for payer, right? So as a patient, okay, typically what typically he registered as a cash patient, okay, but he requires a surgery or he requires additional treatment. So he found that okay, he has a policy and he want to convert as a cashless patient. So there is a provision made. Typically, what we are trying to tell industry that okay, you don't, when you think NHCX, don't think it is a big complex integration that you're supposed to do with your HMI softwares. No, you simply create one bridge software, one small insurance process claim form, nothing more than that. So everything can be as per your own HMI software. So what I have done, so this is your IP form, okay? As a HMS, it is not actually IP form, but yes, I created something for the demonstration purpose. See, it has final diagnosis, it has 3 investigations, it has prescription, it has some clinical notes, and then some procedures selected, right? So now, he is not a cash patient, so now we want to convert him as an insurance patient. So there should be a provision in your IT software where, okay, you can decide whether it's a cash or cashless. So he is a cashless patient. So I'm just trying to enter, I am a PMJ patient. It means he has a policy in it, okay, PMJ policy. So now we have enabled certain APIs to get all the payers who actually registered with NHCX, right? So if you see here, we have given 2 options, like government scheme and private scheme. So now let me choose one of the PMJ scheme. SHHP is my payer, one of the payer. So now, during your registration process, you actually take a ABHA number. ABHA number is must, right? But in the process, I have not taken ABHA number. So there is ABHA number linkage also required. So that I will explain. So now, let me check ABHA. So ABHA number is not there, so I cannot even switch to insurance company. Yeah, it is there. ABHA is there. Yeah, since ABHA is not linked to this patient, right, I could not able to get the NHCX linked policies. I will give you just small background. So now, I'm just going to ABHA linkage screen where I have, this is just for a demonstration purpose I created, but in your IT application, you can have linkage with ABHA in any form. So it is not linked, so I'm just trying to link. I have my ABHA already available. So now the ABHA is linked with the record. So now you can see the actual the implementation of NHCX, right? So now I'm going back to the claim module. I'm opening it. Now see, there is a fetch policy information, right? So what happened as and when I linked, so I made a call to the NHCX registry where it actually giving me the policies that are tapped to my ABHA, right? So you can see the policy, right? There is a payer name, there is a mobile number, there is a ABHA number, and there is one plan. That is PMJ HPSG, right? And if you want to see the policy, now I also made one call to payer, again to get the insurance plan. This is where, okay, typically hospitals face, because I will try to tell. So there is a plan. So this is a plan I pulled from payer. It is not actually internal to the HMIS. This is a fire bundle that I have received. I just rendered, okay, in the form that is understandable by everyone, right? Now, there is another check. So though I have a policy linked with my ABHA, how do I know that that policy is valid, in force? So there is a coverage eligibility. Check coverage eligibility, right? So as and when I click this, again it goes to the payer system, gets the eligibility details. So here, I got the eligibility. So it actually says I have 4,558,900 rupees available wallet, right? So when I actually try to convert as a cashless patient in a hospital, hospital has that information in advance so that they will not say your policy is not enforced, or everything can be seen by yourself, or everything can be seen by the hospital as and when, okay, they hit the thing. So now there is another interesting part, as there is always a friction, right? So in the policy document has certain ailments covered, which is completely in a PDF document. But how do I interpret? That is where, okay, we have asked insurance companies to create an insurance plan in the form that is understandable by ecosystem partners. So how do I do that? So because I pull the insurance plan, I can actually see all the specialties that are applicable to my insurance plan. So this particular specialties, because it is a PMJ language, so I'm using specialty. It could be anything. It is a insurance general insurance plan terminology. It is a category of the ailment, benefit. So I'm just trying to select ophthalmology, and I get within ophthalmology what are all the benefits that are covered. So I can get all these covered from the insurance plan. I'm just selecting this, right? Now, again, another check I want to do, I want to make before I raise a pre-authorization. So I selected randomly a few procedures, right? These are the benefits. So how do I know whether these are eligible or not? So again, when I check coverage eligibility, it tells you, okay, you are eligible or not eligible. So I got the response. See here, when I call eligibility check with the benefits that I selected, the insurance company says, okay, this particular ailment is covered, but there are certain mandatory documents that you need to submit before you raise a pre-authorization request. So all those document requirements also comes from the insurance plan, means the coverage eligibility response. So you can see here. And here, typically, hospitals, they just need to select the medical documents that are generated in their IPD form, right? So all those, see, I have selected a few documents. See, it is all file converted. There is nothing I have created manually. So I created my admission details. I created my vitals. I created everything. So all of them comes as a document. These are all HI type file bundles as per ABDM. So I'm just randomly selecting. I'm not actually going by anything. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I don't have time. But yes, I just want to show you the claim adjudication also, the fundamental issue that we are actually trying to face. See here, once I submit a pre-authorization, see, this is a PMJ claim. So what we have done, typically in any insurance company, right, insurance companies are the custodians of the claim data. So in our scenario, SHA HP is the custodian. But SHA HP, they decided to, okay, let us move these cases to auto adjudication engine so that, okay, if there is any insight, those claims can be processed automatically by any engine. So they are good to provide aid immediately, right? So that is what I have routed this particular request from PMJ payer system to my adjudication system. So it will actually have, when I open, but this is actually qualified for manual adjudication because of some variation. See now here, see there is a AAE finding. So we are asking, this is a claim bundle that I have received from, it is again fire bundle. I actually flattened as required. But internally what happened, there is a adjudication engine performed. So you can see here, there is an intake, there is a fire validation, and then there is an eligibility check. So I actually do all these checks through the system itself. There is no manual intervention is required because this is a structured document and I have entire information. My pair is also supporting the whole integration. So I will get everything in a structured manner. So now, there is another interesting part where, okay, typically you use rules engine, right? So for any auto adjudication, we have to have certain rules that are configured. So this is where, okay, now you all are there to create models for the insurance industry. But I have taken one example. We have used bioclinical but to check the clinical, the significance of that particular diagnosis and then the procedure that they have selected. And the another custom rule engine that we have created, because we know for certain ailments, okay, like the dialysis or cataract, we know certain reference elements, right? So they based on the rules, okay, you can actually do whatever it is. And then this will be sent automatically by the system. If we don't have a structured information in place, all these things are not possible. Because reading the document, extracting into file, of course, as part of Hackathon, we have done all those things. But imagine when tomorrow you want to implement DPDP Act. Is it really possible when you have documents, physical documents? No. When you have a structured information, because you are sharing this information to TPA to process, if you really want to mask or, okay, do certain checks, you can do when you have a structured information. You can simply mask the patient information and then ask TPA to adjudicate it. TPA doesn't need to know my name and my mobile number and my details, but he, of course, require certain medical. So what I'm trying to say, so when you have this structured information, you can do wonders in National Health Claims Exchange ecosystem, right? So I don't have time, so I'm just winding up. But if you have any queries, you can approach to NHCX team, who is actually supporting to industry. We are daily having cadence calls with all integrators, and whoever has any doubt, you can join to those calls, understand what is required to communicate through National Health Claims Exchange. If required, we will have a dedicated integration calls with you, so that, okay, you can actually adopt whatever we actually speak, right? So with this, okay, I'm thanking each and everyone who actually participated and of course joined with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful overview, sir. It was helpful in understanding the technical architecture behind NHCX and how it aims to enable interoperable claim transactions across the healthcare ecosystem. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Dongari, Director IT NHA, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Yagnesh, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Shastri to kindly present a token of appreciation on behalf of IIT Hyderabad to Shri Kiran Gopal Vaska, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We will now break for tea and request everyone to kindly reassemble at 11:20 for the panel discussion. Thank you. Requesting everyone to kindly take your seats. Welcome back, everyone. We now move to our next session, a panel discussion on standardization in claims settlement. As the healthcare ecosystem continues to digitize, the need for standardized claims becomes increasingly important to improve efficiency, transparency, and interoperability between hospitals, insurers, and TPAs. This discussion brings together leaders from healthcare insurance, technology, and policy to share their perspectives on how standardized and digital infrastructure can strengthen the claims ecosystem. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panel today. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Major Mukund Kulkarni, Chief Business Officer, Life and Health Insurance at the Insurance Information Bureau of India, with over 28 years of experience across insurance, healthcare, and consulting. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Avinash Pandey, Group Leader, Digital Health at NABH, leading initiatives focused on digital transformation and adoption of digital health standards in hospitals. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Shri P. Uday Kumar, CEO of the State Health Agency, Telangana, who has played a key role in strengthening the implementation of health insurance programs and digital health initiatives in the state. I welcome you, sir. I would also like to welcome Professor Nagarajan from IIT Hyderabad, contributing extensively to research and innovation in digital technologies and their application across sectors, including healthcare. I welcome you, sir. And finally, I welcome Shri Vikramjit Sarkar, founder of ChiroCare Health Tech, which has been closely associated with NHA in enabling ABDM compliance and advancing interoperability using FHIR standards. I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Manisha Mantri, who will be moderating the panel discussion today. Ms. Manisha Mantri, co-investigator at the National Resource Center for EHR Standards and Scientist F at CDAC Pune, brings over 18 years of experience in health informatics, interoperability, and digital health standards. She has led several national initiatives in telemedicine and actively represents India in international standard development bodies, including ISO, Snowman International, HL7 India, and BIS. With this, I hand over the mic to Ms. Manisha Mantri to moderate the panel discussion.
Good morning, everyone. So, today's topic of panel discussion is standardizing health claim exchange, health claims particularly. So, claim settlement, which should ideally be a seamless financial closure of a clinical event in general, but It's the most, I would say, frictionful, toughest phase in the healthcare process ultimately. And everyone would have faced this, particularly delays, documentation queries, coding inconsistencies, interpretation gaps, multiple formats, manual interventions, all of it. And these are all not just the operational issues, but they are symptoms of fragmentation. So with NHCX and broader ABDM ecosystem, we are attempting something different, something transformative. As in the previous panel also we spoke about how we are trying to transform the healthcare claim exchange, not just by digitizing the claims, but by standardizing them. So when we talk about standards, it's just not the format that we are talking about. It is beyond that, and it is more than that. It is about semantic interoperability, where we code clinical content, clinical data, clinical coding is involved. It is about structured documentation that we're trying to achieve through FHIR. It is about API-based technical interoperability that Yagnesh spoke before this session. It is about workflow harmonization, and also about common rejection and query codes that we built on top of, and more like governance. So the real question before us today is, can standards move the claim settlement from dispute-driven process to a data-driven system? That's the question that we are going to deliberate. And if so, what must change across insurers, across hospitals, regulators, and technology platforms? So we have a distinguished panel here who represents full spectrum of health claim ecosystem to start with, and that particularly make this panel very powerful to have this discussion. Each of them has not just engaged with transactions in claims, but they are also working on system challenges involving data, trust, compliance, as well as ultimately patient impact. So I welcome all of you for this discussion. So we have Dr. Mukund Kulkarni. He is Chief Business Officer at Life and Health Insurance at IIB. He brings valuable insights into how structured data and standardized reporting can improve transparency. His perspective bridge operational and realities with systemic reforms. We have Dr. Avinash Pandey, Group Leader, Digital Health NABH. His insights will help us understand how accreditation standards can align with the claim standardization. We also have Mr. Vikramjit Sarkar, CEO Cairo Care Health Tech, and his input definitely will help us understand how APIs, structured data, and workflow automation can operationalize standards particularly. We have Shri P. Uday Kumar, CEO SHA Telangana. His experience reflects how digital and standardized processes can drive accountability and faster settlement at scale. We also have Professor Nagarajan from IIT Hyderabad. As an academic leader, he's deeply engaged into technology, system thinking, innovation, and he brings valuable lens on how standards are conceptualized, implemented, and scaled in the complex system. So with this, I would initiate the discussion. To start with, my first question is to Shri Mukund Kulkarni, sir. So from national data perspective, what trends do you observe in claim variability across insurers? And how does standardization influence the transparency and analytics in insurance ecosystem in general?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, rather good afternoon. Before I give my comments, I'm not sure how many of you know about IIB. IIB stands for Insurance Information Bureau, and in a very summarized way, it's the organization which collects all data from all 58 insurance companies operating in India. And the data consists of policy members and claims. So I'll be focusing more on the claims part. I think as we say that the new fuel is oil, but I don't think so. We should talk about oil nowadays. I would say that the new fuel is if you look from a medical perspective, blood and blood vessels. So if we say data is like a blood which flows and systems are like blood vessels which direct the blood flow kind of thing. So we try to aspire here that IIB becomes more like a central warehouse of blood. What is the intelligence which is available in the blood? And of course, when we look at NHCX kind of platforms and other platforms which are operating today, they're more like blood vessels. So both are required together. And that's one of the things which we are trying to do at a macro level is how do we synergize together? One example on a database synergy is IIB does have a repository of 75,000 hospitals. And these are all validated, registered hospitals in India, and they keep renewing their registrations with us. NHCX also has a similar HFR registry as we saw. Why should we have a duplication of work? Why don't we synergize both of them and create one national level registry, which will help the industry in general? So that kind of initiatives is what IIB takes. And coming to data, I think we spoke about when we saw the demo of NHCX, we saw there's so much of variability just by seeing the demo. So you can understand how much variability happens on the ground when you start seeing data. And the team which I handle looks at health data, health claims data on a real-time basis from all 32 insurance companies every day. And believe me, the variability we cannot define. It's literally an infinite kind of variability. All we can do is look at categorizing the types of variability and picking up those low-hanging ones to resolve. When I say that, the first variability category which we see is operational variability, where we see under the same product conditions, under the same locations, under the same medical conditions, why should you have a different claim settlement ratio, for example? Different insurers having that. Why should you have that? I mean, generally we expect that it should be around a smaller margin fluctuation, but when we see data, we see a lot of variation there. And we believe that that is something easier to tackle because it's not dealing with the complex problems of clinical assessments here. It's more of a non-clinical areas. Going ahead, we further add complexity. You start looking at provider behaviors, you see a lot of variability. And this is, I'm not talking about the geographical variation, I'm talking about within the same PIN code, you look at a similar type of, let's say, group of hospitals, a similar type of medical condition for which the claim is made, you'll see serious amount of variability, whether it is length of stay, whether it is the total bill and the bill breakups and all of that. And there are multiple factors which go into this kind of thing. And the third, of course, India is a big country and we have multiple countries in one country. You see geographical variations which are very much rooted to the culture and locational things, including political influences. That's another variability, much more complex to look at and analyze kind of thing. And the fourth, of course, is the medical conditions, which is a global phenomenon. I don't think so. India is much more different from there. You see the same kind of NCDs happening in India. And in fact, we are becoming more and more capitals of NCDs for the entire world. It's a bad thing from a health perspective, good thing from a data perspective to learn and research much more kind of thing. So variety of variabilities, variety of categories of variabilities. I think the fun is to look at how do we analyze the variability, pick up the ones where we can actually standardize in a much quicker and better way. So I'm going to pause here and continue the discussion later.
Thank you. I guess it works. Yeah. Thank you. That was so helpful to initiate the discussion. I have next question to Shri Uday Kumarji. From an insurer's experience, what are the common areas? So we have heard about the variability in terms of claims ratio that Mukundji has pointed out. from an insurance experience, what are the common areas where claim submissions require clarification?
Good afternoon, all. So, any typically an insurance provider has a TPA who processes the claims for them, and the insurance provider clears the claims in a typical scenario. But in case of us, it is I play both the roles. So in the sense we process the claims and we also make the payment. So we have complete picture of how many typically out of 100 claims submitted, how many times it goes back and forth, and what kind of data keeps missing. So that numbers are actually very high when we expect such typically a simple process to be very clear, but however it takes a lot of back and forth, and the numbers would be quite high on this aspect. So the standardization that we are talking about, and the technological solutions that we are trying to arrive at would try to address this problem typically.
So one follow-up question on that. You must have seen the manual processes through with the way insurance is being processed, and even now the digital mechanism with Ayushri being implemented and being utilized. Do you have any observations on improvement when you start using digital platforms?
So contrary to perception, common perception, the digitization happened in Arogyasri much ahead of what rest of the industry took it up. So we started from day one digitizing the records to maximum extent possible. It started in around late 2000s, 2007 and all. So by then, whatever standards that we could find, IT standards we could find in the market, we adapted them and we digitized the entire records. So yes, we have seen a lot of transformation happening in the last 20 plus years, around 20 years. But however, compared to what rest of the insurance industry would have seen paperworks being done at paper level, then little bit of digitizing the same papers, in the sense scanning and uploading and looking at it, approving it and all, then little bit of actual data entry happening, and subsequent the transformation that we would have seen in a different level. I mean, we have not seen the paperwork. We rarely do the paperwork actually in Arogyasri, contrary to what government office perspective is. You will not see any papers, much of the papers in my office. It's much like probably an IT office than government office. Yeah.
Sure. So on that side, if Avinash, you can tell your experience and perspective from the hospital side of it, how diverse the claim submission requirements are there for hospitals, for the providers today, and how are they kind of trying to take care of these practical challenges by adopting standards?
Okay, thanks, Manisha. I think I'm a group leader in NABH. I head the digital health standards of NABH. So I think it's a very pertinent question. I think so far we have been talking about like an input for NHCX to process. I think what I am going to cover is from where is that raw material getting generated for that interoperability to really take place. So NABH is in that place where we are working with hospitals to adopt digital interventions aligned to our digital health standards. And as conveyed in multiple forums, Manisha, for us, the input to our standards are the NRCS standards and now the DPDP Act and rules as well. and we are responsible for operationalizing the clinical and the operations workflows from a digital perspective in a hospital. And it is the outcome from there which, leveraging the ABDM platform, interoperability is achieved. So that is the space which NABH is in. Now, from a hospital perspective, right, I think the diversity in claim submission, as Dr. Mukund also mentioned, it is really infinite. Uh, each payer ecosystem, right, be it the government schemes, TPAs, private insurers, they often have slightly different formats, documentation expectations, and workflows. Now, for hospitals working with multiple insurers and TPAs, basically this means that there would be multiple workflows, there will be repetitive documentation uploads, increase administrative workloads, and higher chances of mismatch or rejection, right? Now, in many hospitals, the same clinical information has to be managed in multiple formats depending on the payer. So this is exactly where national platforms, like NHCX can play a transformative role by creating a unified exchange framework so that hospitals submit information only once in a standard format rather than adapting to multiple payer-specific formats. And it's when the hospitals start following a structured documentation under the NABH digital health standards, it becomes much easier to adapt that clinical information to standardized clinical formats. Thanks.
Yeah. So, naturally coming on to Vikramjit ji, how does NHCX, since we are talking about a national platform which can help us make the insurance claim submission process seamless, provider agnostic, payer agnostic, how does NHCX ensures such insurance agnostic submissions? If you can help us tell from your experiences that how the NHCX profiles like claim bundle, claim response bundle, coverage eligibility requests are designed to ensure interoperability.
Thank you, Manisha. Very good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais and this august house in front. So I represent a digital solution company. So let me first try to establish exactly from what standpoint I'm trying to speak today. So basically this entire claim settlement process may be compared to So, is it okay now? Yeah. So, basically, we can compare this process of claim settlement to a chemical reaction wherein there are reactants on one side and the product on the other side. And NHCX is a platform which is trying to enable this reaction, for which we have catalysts like the various entities, NABH is there, IIB is there, the SHAs are there, and of course, on top of everything, NHA is there. So a catalyst usually speeds up or speeds down this a chemical reaction. And there is something called a promoter, which increases the efficiency of a catalyst. So our role perhaps is that of a promoter here. So coming to your question, Manisha, how it can actually ensure standardization, the different bundles. Well, you see, today what's happening is the various providers, the different providers, when they are sending some bundles, these the coverage eligibility or they are going by what is exactly spelled out in the IG profiles of NRCS, on the website of NRCS. They're going by that. But again, we see some discrepancies with respect to where the resources in the bundles, the information that is being passed in the resources in the bundles are placed. So there is ambiguity in that. So if there is a blueprint which can be published, wherein all stakeholders are able to understand what exactly to send where, so perhaps this ambiguity can be minimized.
Sure, thank you. Would you like to also add on to how does the whole claim exchange ecosystem has helped, particularly your platform or your system, to come on to one level ahead, get a standardization done?
Yes, our application is fully implemented with all of the international coding practices that are being laid out by NRCS here, particularly with respect to SNOMED City. And I also propose one more thing over and above what SNOMED City is currently trying to achieve. So in the United States claim settlement process, we find something called the CPT code of standards. So CPT is particularly dealing with the billing thing. So when it comes to claim settlement process, so the billing is quintessential. So to address CPT codes are the proprietary of the United States government, so we are unable to use such codes. But CPT codes are limited to 10,000 odd codes. We have the alternative of using the SNOMED City codes in this regard. Because for all the procedures, we have the SNOMED City codes. So definitely, SNOMED City can actually serve, both ways. So SNOMED City can serve the purpose of this billing, and as well as it can also serve the purpose of, mapping with the ICD. So where a procedure can be mapped with the ICD the diagnostic, the illness. So that can also be achieved through SNOMED City.
Sure. If I understand it correctly, you're trying to say that a billing related hierarchy in SNOMED, or maybe an extension for SNOMED to support all the billing codes.
When we talk about structured FHIR, so we already have this provision of itemized billing in place today. So why can't we extend this? So this is easily achievable. We also have an HI type, the HI type called invoice record.
Right.
In ABDM milestone 2. So the providers can utilize this for the billing purpose.
Yes, yes. Sure. Thank you. So now since we are talking about standards and structured data capture, we are imagining that we have a very good clean data available. So my question to Professor Nagarajan is, how can we utilize this structured and standardized data? How do you see AI transforming with such kind of data for claim processing particularly? If you can help us provide your insights on what all innovation we can do on top of this.
Well, with the standardization, I would say that's the kind of a key lock for AI-based claim applications. Everyone, those who works on AI, they understand that data is prior for AI-driven models or AI-based work, right? If your data is not good, then the outcomes of such set APIs or interface will not be that good. So automatically that backfires, saying that, okay, we should have to standardize the data so that your data become quality driven, and then you use that data for better outcomes. Now, with AI-based applications, using the standardization, it will also make systems more faster. With the current scenario, where it is more document-driven, where it is more manual-based approach, what we are actually kind of doing is like it's more document validation than a data validation. But once we end up with an standardization where we enforce FHIR-based setups into the hospital systems, insurance-based systems, so what will happen? It will become more data validation. So once it becomes more data validation, using AI-based outcomes will help us to make claims much faster. The exchange will be, information will be much faster. If we can combine these systems with ABA-based IDs or including this with ABDM, that makes systems very good outcomes of it. On a longer run, what will happen that fraud, abuse, and waste identification will be much faster, which is now kind of like you look into document. It's go like a to-fro-based options, but with standardization towards AI-based application, it will be much outcome. Additionally, we will get some more clinical context to the information. So integrating that will help us AI-driven system to give you much more settlements at a faster level. That's the overall idea, that the round time with standardization using AI-driven application will get smaller, which is what is the whole idea we are trying to look into it. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. And on the same question, if we have such structured, standardized data, Dr. Mukund, if you can help us imagine what kind of problems that are there can be solved with having a centralized data insights, and how can we add more transparency and analytics to the existing systems?
So I think getting 100% accurate and complete data in health insurance, I think this is a dream, and I don't think so we'll ever reach there. I mean, there are multiple reasons, there are multiple research studies on this. We can keep deep diving. I think let's not aspire to reach there. Let's aspire to look at the milestones which help us in improving our processes. And where we structure, and this is the core, I would say, strategic DNA for IIB and IRDA as well, is we look at 5 dimensions very clearly, and how do we use data to create use cases on those 5 dimensions. And we are very crystal clear on that. In fact, the next 2 years of roadmap is going to be heavily working on these 5 dimensions. And the first one obviously is very crucial, is policyholder. What values as a citizen of this country are you getting through all the data getting collected at one place? So we're trying to figure out what are the use cases. It could be something like creating a public dashboard which all of us can access, not only to find our own records, which is easier, but also to find analytics, also to compare the providers, compare the payers, and make much more informed decisions. So empowering policyholder is something which we are looking at, the first use case on a top priority. Second, of course, if you see, health insurance business in India is growing, but we're still very, very far behind what we need to be. So how do we empower growth of the industry? Now, there are a lot of course, sub-objectives in this. So in fact, we've kind of designed more than 50 use cases only on this, which is how do we enable growth of health insurers using data? At one end, we create profiling products. So we give a customer profile. In fact, we do also give a hospital profile to all the health insurers so that they can understand. We also real-time pass on the message of any new hospital coming up in India registering with us. That real-time message is passed to all 32 health insurers so that they can start empaneling and expanding their base. So those kind of solutions are second use case of how do we really enable the growth of health insurance in India. The third, more important, is how do we reduce the price? Because even if we find people interested in buying insurance, nobody wants to buy. It's still a luxury in India. But still, people who face adversity, see adversity, get motivated to buy, which is a real hard step getting conquered, but then he doesn't afford to get a policy. So affordability becomes one of the, I would say, major showstopper today. So how do we reduce prices? And here is where an infinite amount of analytics can be done. And I think we spoke about how do we leverage AI, because the amount of data we get in, can we look at pattern analytics on cost? Can we, let's say, build a medical inflation metric for India, which I don't think so we have a centralized one in India. And can we look at trends in cost of care? and also look at how premiums of health insurance policies are created, and how do we really bring out much more comfort factor for the health insurers to reduce the premiums, whether it's claims, whether it is much more expansion or better risk pooling, because insurance works on the concept of risk pooling kind of thing. That's a third use case. Fourth is obviously nothing works without governance. So how do we enable regulators? How do we enable governments, including authorities like national health authorities or including accrediting agencies like NHA? We are talking to them as well to see if we can come out with some more insights from our side to enable them do the governance and regulatory work much better, and also at the same time get much more insights from them, more of a synergistic opportunities kind of thing. And the fifth, I think he spoke about, is fraud, waste, and abuse. Today, if you see, almost more than 15% of claim cost is attributed straight through fraud, waste, and abuse. Fraud is much more easier, waste is little difficult, abuse is even worse. I mean, it's very difficult to find abuse, because here is where you'll have to get into complexity of coding, complexity of medical necessities, and get the physicians subscribed to the ecosystem, get the hospital subscribed to all of that. But that's a big area that we'll have to take it on a priority, but it's, like I said, it's a very aspirational objective that we reach 0% fraud, waste, and abuse. And I don't think so any country has reached that at all kind of thing. So these are the 5 use cases where we can leverage data and analytics.
Very well articulated. Thank you so much. I think there are very clear 5 dimensions that we can definitely look at as we go forward. On the same question, a follow-up for Avinash maybe. Since we have to support digitization from the ground level, how can we support smaller and mid-sized hospital for digital health transformation? So any initiatives that NABH is also trying to take on that part?
I think that really finds a lot of resonance with what we are trying to do with in NABH. The digital health standards specifically, the focus is on the small and mid-sized hospitals. Now, if you look at the digital adoption in the small and mid-sized hospitals, the shocking statistics is that, there's a rough, this one that out of say 1 lakh private sector hospitals, maybe 60 to 70% are less than 50 beds. And out of that, almost 60% of that don't even have a UHID which is in a digital format, right? Now, that is the maturity, digital maturity that we at NABH are grappling with. Now, there are multiple interventions that we have put in place to ensure the adoption of digital health aligned with our standards. One is the NABH digital health standards is like a progressive maturity framework. So we have silver, gold, and platinum. Silver is a foundational digital, which basically deals with ADT and base foundational digitization across multiple departments, pharmacy, labs, radiology, and all of that. There is a foundational IT infra resilience layer also, which takes care of your cyber security, data privacy, all of that. Now, if you look at small hospitals, right, they struggle with attracting IT talent because if I am to look at manufacturing, for example, or a banking, for example, the digitization there, started in early 80s in a way, right? And the talent pool that has evolved with respect to availability of IT skills in this industry is very mature, is very broad-based compared to healthcare industry. In health, the adoption of IT is apart from some of the large chains and some of the larger hospitals, is not there at all, if you ask me. So what we are grappling with is, it's not just about standards, it is first capacity building to increase IT skills per se and make them available to the small and mid-sized hospitals. End of the day. So what we have done is we came up with an entry-level certification for digital health standards, and that's like a very basic foundational layer which gets the hospitals to just start the digital journey, right? That is one. Second is to basically support the lack of IT skills. We have started a very ambitious, I will say audacious also, a program where we are impaneling IT consultants across the country. So what we are doing is we are conducting training program. It's a 3 days kind of a training program, wherein the IT consultants who are there in the market, and we are not and we should not call it as IT consultants. Basically, people with clinical education background also, who are getting into informatics space, right? For us, they are also, in fact, a better fodder, if you ask me, to really understand what digital health intervention should be in a resource-constrained environment, right? So we are conducting this training program. We are making them aware of our digital health standards. We are helping them do a kind of a gap assessment of the existing digital maturity in a hospital vis-a-vis NABH digital health standards. We are helping them create a digital roadmap aligned to what the business imperative is for that particular hospital, right? Which is so important, because at the end of the day, you may do whatever you have to, but if the stakeholders do not see an ROI from the investment that they are making in digital, it's not really going to fly. So, I think that is one of the key areas of the training, the capacity building that we are doing. And after that, we are impaneling these folks. We are, doing a outreach to the small and mid-sized hospitals, making them aware about our program, not just our program, but also about the digital mitras. You'll be glad to know that NABH does almost 96 awareness programs in a month. Okay, that is the level of the outreach which NABH is doing. And the outcome has started showing. What is gratifying is, Manisha, we've had a 30-bed hospital from Manipur, for example, who has signed up for the NABH digital health standards. We have had small hospitals from Jammu and Kashmir and far-flung areas who have actually started signing up for the digital health standards. We have more than 1,800 hospitals now which have, applied for the NABH digital standards in just 1.5 years. So that is what NABH is doing from, building capacity in the small and mid-size.
That's pretty huge, and I hope it accelerates the digital health standard adoption journey for the country. On that, I have question for Udayji. Since hospitals are also getting ready, and how is this insurance ecosystem? So you have already told that a lot of automation is already done in the state of Telangana. But in general, if you can help us understand what are these essential elements or safeguards that are required to be taken care of when you want to go complete digitize in terms of standardization, not only at the technical level, but also other areas, if you can please touch upon.
So, yeah, let me correct myself. Probably I did not really make it very clear in my earlier statement that we have digitized but not automated yet. So claim automation is what something we are trying to achieve probably in few months time. So it is we are almost there, but we have all the data points. We need to basically, in a healthcare ecosystem, there are a lot of players, including doctors, the claim adjudicators, and the entire manpower that we are talking about. So we need to bring them on board to make these changes. So making these changes technically is not a challenge, but bringing the stakeholders onto the the process is a major challenge. In the sense, if the claim adjudicator or a doctor feels threatened by so-called auto adjudication, definitely they'll try to mess up something in the process, and we'll have a bad taste left after trying to auto-adjudicate certain claim processes. So I wanted to bring them on board first and tell them that there is a alternative, better role for them in the entire ecosystem which they were used to trying to do earlier. So in the digitization process, normally I have seen hospitals to show resistance due to 2-3 reasons. One reason is being, as we all are aware, our insurance penetration is slightly limited in this country, so out-of-pocket expenditure is more. And as you are already aware that GST is less in this sector. So this is one sector where the parallel economy runs in a huge number. So when I say parallel economy, a lot of cash transaction happen. So hospitals many times, because of one institutional memory, because these institutions were there for quite some time and they have a habit of dealing with the paper, and they have already memory built in the system, so they continue to do so, one thing. The second thing is the IT infrastructure we are talking about needs heavy investment. And many times that heavy investment may not show up as a ROI in that particular case. And the third thing is we have a habit of using the data points to deduct lot of information. Like for example, when demonetization happened, all of us migrated to Google Pays, UPIs, and everything in all across the country because there was need for it. And people have not seen any cost in the transaction, so they migrated there. But whereas in case of one particular state used this information to levy, taxation based on that and gave notices and all, in that particular state, in that particular city and all those places, they migrated back to cash only accepted boards subsequently. You would have seen it in the newspapers as well. So if the same trust in the system is not there, even in case of insurance and the information that we are so-called digitization that we are talking about, if information is not, if you are not sure about how information is going to be used, then we'll lose the trust. That is probably one, probably a challenge which stops hospitals from getting on board. Just as an example, like we all probably would have been, would have been using social media and would be posting our opinions and liking certain stuff. These days, a lot of government, government initiatives also started using and analyzing this data to profile us, profile the user. And very prominent example is US, the visas.
Yes.
So now when you know that it is going to be misused at some point of time, so naturally I would be more cautious. So these are the challenges that probably we will see in digitization and the entire ecosystem, especially when the money is involved, people are even more cautious. So that is one probably a challenge. Thank you.
Sure. So if I can maybe summarize, one is standardization should not be looked at compliance cost, rather look at the benefits and operational efficiencies of it, and trying to use information, whatever information is captured is to be used for the right cause, and one needs to safeguard once we have that information available with us. Thank you. I have the one question for Vikramjit ji. What are the key principles that you would suggest that are needed for scaling claims platforms?
Hello. Hello. Okay. So for scaling of this thing, NHCX itself offers a lot of possibility in itself. So I mean, if we have to scale up, we we have sky as the limit, so we can definitely do it. But just as Dr. Mukund said, that let us not be aspirational to that extent and let us go step by step. So that would be a better approach. Okay, when it comes to scalability, infrastructure-wise or technology-wise, what I can suggest is that the more we are going for structured data format in the form of FHIR JSON, so that will reduce the load on the exchange as such, while we are remitting the data from the provider to the payer side and vice versa, instead of remitting the data in some base64 encoded format. So that is one point of it. And I would also like to add, if we have to achieve standardization, so for the procedures, we have different procedure codes for like CGHS, we have different procedure codes for the different schemes that are running under by the different SHAs. So if we can have a standard and unified coding practices for the product or services across the country as a whole, so that can substantially attain a degree of standardization.
Thank you. So one favorite question that I'll pose to Dr. Mukund maybe. We generally say, you know, technology can enable, but can it enforce discipline? So should standards be voluntary, incentivized, or mandatory? This is a question that I hear from multiple stakeholders at multiple platforms. So if you can add your views on that.
Yeah. So thank you. Very difficult question and very easy. The answer lies in your question itself. I mean, we can definitely not enforce, but at the same time, we cannot ignore kind of thing. I think the key sweet spot is to find out where is it bringing efficiency by standardization, and where is it that you're entering into a lot of conflicts and a lot of friction by enforcing standardization. Again, I'll give an example. And specifically in health, because I handle life insurance as well along with health, life is much more structured and standard by nature, not that anybody has enforced standardization, because they're long-term contracts, they're not much of what you call as volumes and varieties happening there kind of thing. But learning from there, the areas where we can bring in standardization, we can define them, and definitely that's the area where regulator will work on, IIB will work on, and there'll be some standards very much enforced kind of thing. But before we really get to that kind of enforcement or non-enforcement, what is more important is every stakeholder in the ecosystem needs to understand the value why it is done. For example, there'll be two orthopedic surgeons with a similar case, they will operate in a two different manner. And that will lead to two different kind of experience. And of course, cost as well. Can we really put a standard there? I don't think so we can put there. There will be some flexibility and freedom required in those areas, which is clinical decisioning. We can't put standards there. Where we can put standards is probably look at which hospital. Is he really an orthopedic surgeon? Is this case does really require any replacement? That kind of, I would say, a primary boundary level standards can be enforced, but not to a complete extent kind of stuff. This is just one example. Similarly, on health insurers, if you see these 32 health insurers, at one end we have the big PSU insurers with completely decentralized, fragmented systems and data flow. At the other end, we have new age digital health insurance company with great systems and real-time data flow kind of thing, and most of them are like in the middle phases. How do we enforce standards? It's very difficult to put one standard for all. But what we try to do in practical sense is we try to create that motivation. For example, if I ask all 32 insurance companies to give me the claims data of a hospital every day, what do I give back in return is a complete hospital profile. So I tell them what happened in this hospital yesterday. How many claims came in? How many of them got accepted, rejected, cashless, reimbursement, top reasons of rejection, cost. So what is it that we are giving back to the stakeholders that motivates them rather than an enforcement to contribute? And honestly speaking, at a ground level, we spoke about challenges. But if all the stakeholders come in and at least start looking at the common objective, I think there's a lot of movement we can do.
I absolutely agree. I have one last question to all the panel member. In one sentence maybe, because we're already delayed, what is the one step that can be taken from your domain or from your area that would significantly strengthen claim standardization as we go forward? So anyone wants to take it up?
Probably from a SHS point of view, probably we are trying to actually implement the same standards right now in our processes. So as Vikramjit ji mentioned earlier, we have different codes. Like for example, I run a different codes for a different same procedure, and CGHS. I also run CGHS. So same provider, insurance provider, running 2-3 schemes. I run 4 schemes. So 4 schemes have 2-3 different codes. So probably we'll start with that, and probably that's a low-hanging fruit.
See, this entire claim processing, right? I think it is not about paperwork. I think it is about building trust between the payers and the providers, right? So, so a structured clinical documentation, right? I think that is what will bring a lot of clarity in claims. And if there is a clarity in claims, I think that is going to lead to improving the trust between the payers and providers. So for me, I think that is what it is.
Yeah, I think I'll extend to what Dr. Avinash said. Trust, that's a word. And probably it may sound a little extreme, but we do have to work on processes, but we'll have to keep the policyholder citizen in the center. And ethos should always supersede processes. The experience should always upgrade processes. So we should not be really hell-bent on only one process 100%. Look at the customer experience, look at the citizen's experience, and then keep continuously upgrading. That's what my sense would be.
Thank you. Fine. Maybe 1 or 2 questions from the participants here.
Thank you, panel, for the insightful perspectives. I'm Ashish Saxena. I've spent almost 2 decades in health insurance in India and APAC markets. Now in an insurtech. My question is about the practical implementation of this claims standardization. As mentioned by Shri Uday Kumarji, that there are multiple stakeholders, and bringing them on one common platform with trust in the system is a challenge. As mentioned by Dr. Kulkarni, that he sees a lot of variability in the data coming from multiple providers. So what, according to you, is the biggest barrier in achieving this standardization? And secondly, is there any area you foresee where a insurtech like us can join to solve the common problems? I would love to hear your perspectives on that. Thank you.
So good you moved out of the health insurance into insurtech, because people who are from health insurance will agree with me. Data quality is a serious challenge. In fact, till last year we were struggling with getting data. Today we are getting data real time from all 32 insurance companies, but the major challenge now arising is data quality. And I think your question is, what are the barriers? I mean, there are lots of barriers. In fact, the first step we took is to understand the barriers. I don't think so we have reached a stage where we say that we can solve these problems, but at least we have made an attempt to understand the barriers. As I mentioned, there's a lot of variability in insurance operations. Plus, we have another industry called TPA, which is also a part of this, which generates claims data kind of thing. And there are a lot of barriers between insurance companies and TPAs kind of thing. So systemically, I think the effort is to understand the major barriers and then probably bring in some solutions at a ground level. Again, as I said, some will be more of value driven and some will be enforced through regulations kind of stuff. But honestly, I don't think so in 5 minutes I can answer the list of barriers we have. But the question is very important. Data quality is going to define the quality of every analytics, every model performance, and every decision taken based on this.
Maybe I'll just add to it is to that same question. I think one thing which is
It's on.
yeah. So I just add one thing along whatever Mukanji has said is like we have to work in interdisciplinary team also. That's play a very important role. As of now, like hospitals on one side, insurers on other side, tech team is on other side. Like now, they all have to come in the same kind of design, where you all are talking together to each other. That's play a very significant role. Otherwise, like it's on the other side, you feel that it's an enforcement. On the government side, you feel that okay, we want to do it, right? So all together has to combine together. Then only you'll find that which is where is the obstacles are and how to solve it out together. That's how it has to work out. That's what I feel.
Yes. Yeah, hello. I'm Dr. Pavan with Mimansa. So the problems that have been described on this platform, lot of those problems looks like they are not well defined. So first mechanism to say define them well and say we create benchmarks to track the progress. So create a data set, open it and make it available to anybody and who performs what. I mean, we can see that there is a lot of progress in AI technology. A lot of problems that claim settlement and everything and matching definitely can make progress with AI. But how much progress it can make, for that probably we should define benchmark problems and open the test data sets and see who proposes what. So by that mechanism, innovators like us actually can participate in solving the problem.
Sure. Maybe one last.
So I'll take this question. So most difficult part is defining what we want. Okay. So even in any, I think you are from tech. So in your entire project life cycle, I think tech requirement gathering itself takes the major chunk of this thing. So to be very frank, we don't know what we want. So the person who claims that they know what we want also doesn't know what actually we want. So consultants, whenever we bring them on board for defining the question that you are asking about, they also don't know because they never worked on it. So that's the a challenge probably we may have to work together. So it will take little longer to understand how exactly it is going to be, because every player has their own perspective in this and they try to negotiate in their favor. So that is a continuous process and it keeps changing. So that is where probably the innovators and technology-driven companies like him probably will come into the picture. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry to bring a very pessimistic point of view here, but generally data quality initiatives of existing systems have actually failed more than succeeded. And for a scale that we are talking about, it looks very, dim. What does it take to actually start from scratch and incorporate systems that people can adopt, that right from all stakeholders, say for example hospitals, insurers, pharmaceutical companies, pharmacies, all but stakeholders, to have systems that adhere to certain standards which can be eventually implemented a lot more quicker as opposed to asking existing companies to go and fix data quality issues. Because from an enterprise perspective, data quality is actually a failure. We've been talking about data quality at an enterprise level for the last 35, 40 years, and still we are talking about data quality. So do you think that might be a better approach?
Great. I think that was probably the crux of the entire discussion that we've been having. I'll tell you the strategy that we at NABH has adopted to handle that. Right? It's a very pertinent question. If you look at data quality, you have to start with KPIs first. Don't go the other way around. The way we have seen digital adoption really take off is when hospitals, or for that matter, a particular department, or within a department, a small functional area, they have been able to define how I'm going to measure the performance of my function. I think that is the starting point, because that really defines what is the data that needs to be generated, right, across the organization. Once you have defined that, then the actual adoption of the digital intervention is a very simple thing to do. So we have seen, like I said, a 20-bed hospital in Jammu and Kashmir having a, which is, actually being able to generate data wherein, people who know NABH, that we also have certain KPIs for which we demand data from the hospitals, right? Now, this 20-bed hospital has been able to give us data for all our metrics online in the data structures that we wanted them to. And how they have been able to do that is they started with a KPI definition phase at the overall hospital level. Once those 5 KPIs were defined at a hospital level, they broke that down into multiple functions, because the multiple functions have to then meet those KPIs for the overall hospital KPI to be met, right? That helped in creating a data architecture. Once the data architecture was created, they then identified, okay, fine, in this function, these 3 data elements has to mandatorily being captured, right? And all of that, was in a digital workflow across all the functions in that hospital. So some part of the HIS that they were using had to be enhanced, but they didn't have to really do a brain surgery, if you know what I mean. They didn't have to really, kind of sunset the legacy applications and then reach that stage. So very much possible to do it, but it has to be a KPI-driven approach. Once that is done, people see value. The stakeholders started seeing value in the digitization that was happening, and that finally led to the end goal.
Can I just add one line on this? So I think my experience of handling 2 years of health insurance data on the quality piece, I don't think so it's a technology issue as much as it is a human issue. I mean, if you really see, even insurers or hospitals, like he said, not really having great technology, but still submitting good quality data, which clearly says that it's a human issue. How have they defined their priorities? How have they trained their people? And one very common errors which we found is in the ICD codes, which we get in the data today. Again, it's a purely human issue. I don't think so there's any technology involved here. We don't have coders, or the people who are coding are not trained well, or probably they're not working well, kind of stuff. So instead of looking at a greenfield approach, I would still feel we should have a brownfield enhancement approach, more focusing on, as Dr. Avinash said, key priorities. Which of these data fields are super important, super impactful, tackle them first, more from a human angle, and then obviously if there's a requirement to rehaul the technology, we should also do that. But it's more of a human than technology is what my personal view is.
So yes, I mean, systems problem is not that bigger than the process and people problem is. And in fact, at ABDM, if you see, there are so many startups who are trying to build solutions from the bottom, from scratch, where they're implementing standards and going forward. So all kind of implementations are out there, and we are just, as we are going, we are learning from their experiences and trying to help from NRCS point of view, also trying to help them to standardize and handhold them when they want to use, say, for example, coding systems and standards that Udayji was talking about, helping them integrate with these standards, helping them using FHIR as a structured standards, and so on. So yes, multiple perspective out there. And thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists for this insightful discussions, and thank you all participants and audience here listening to us and also adding value through your questions. I think a few, I would say I would highlight few of the points that we kind of take forward from this discussion is claims settlement insufficiencies are not mere technological. That's what I understand. And it is more towards variation in terms of documentation, coding practices, and in fact, the process interpretation, more or less. And standardization has to happen at multiple levels, just not the technological level, just not the semantic interoperability and technical interoperability, but at process, at people, even at building trust between the stakeholders. Dr. Mukund has highlighted very clearly 5 dimensions which I think we can work towards in coming 3-5 years, next 3 to 5 years, to see where we progress further. And standardization is often seen as compliance burden, and we have to change that perspective and look at how it can help us improve our efficiency particularly. I think the question is not whether we standardize. We're all very sure that we need to standardize. We have to standardize if we're going forward about national health claim exchange. But question is how quickly, or what steps we need to take, rather than saying quickly again, what steps we need to take and how uniformly we do it across all the systems. So with this note, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful interacting with all of you. I'm closing the session.
Thank you to our moderator and esteemed panelists for that enriching discussion. Kindly requesting everyone to please stay back on the stage. I would further request Ms. Manisha Mantri to kindly present tokens of appreciation to our panelists. Dr. Major Mukund Kulkarni. Dr. Avinash Pandey. Shri Vikramjit Sarkar. Shri P. Uday Kumar. Professor Nagarajan Ji. On behalf of NHA, we would like to thank Ms. Manisha Mantri for moderating the session. I request Shri Nikhil Dongari, Director IT NHA, to kindly present a token of appreciation. Thank you all once again. We now move on to one of the most exciting segments of the day, the delivery of presentations by the winners from the NHCX Hackathon. Participants worked on real-world interoperability challenges aligned with NHCX standards and developed innovative solutions to address key problems in the health insurance claims ecosystem. The first problem statement focused on legacy systems to NHCX-aligned FHIR converter, specifically covering eligibility check, claim, pre-authorization, and communication workflows. This challenge aimed to enable legacy systems to seamlessly interact with the NHCX ecosystem using standardized FHIR-based APIs. Let us now invite the winning teams to present their solutions. I would like to first invite the second runner-up for this problem statement, Team Control plus Sehat, to kindly come forward and present their solution. Team Control plus Sehat. Second runner-up for problem statement 1. In the paucity of time, I would like to first invite the winners for problem statement 1. Team Praveen, Sridhar and team, to please come over the stage and present your solution.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. I'm Praveen Sridhar, co-founder of SOPA Claims. And I'll start again. Good afternoon everyone. I'm Praveen Sridhar. I'm co-founder of SOPA Claims and previously worked as a data scientist at BCG. And this is my co-founder.
Hi, I'm co-founder of SOPA Claims. I'm Snehal Joshi. Previously, I was working with Aditya Birla and Deloitte, but more recently, I was part of the problem. So I was part of the hospital that used to send back and forth the emails. So I was part of the hospital that used to send back and forth all the insurance claims and answered all the queries. So I think the problem has been very well established here today, right from the morning sessions. So we are still operating on legacy systems, which creates a lot of bottlenecks, and it is very, very difficult to adopt these procedures or systems into technical capabilities without manual intervention at all touch points. So today we will be presenting our solution, which converts these systems into FHIR standard protocols.
So our solution is a configuration-driven legacy data to FHIR conversion system. Essentially, what we're doing is that all these legacy systems have very different export formats. So it can be HL7 format, SQL, data dumps, Excel, JSON, XML, all of these formats. What we first do is that we convert all of these formats into a common intermediate representation. And we have configurations for each columns. An example given here is for the claim bundle for the particular column admission date. Different systems can write the same thing as very different formats. So DOA, start date, date of admission, all of these forms are there. Our system has 4 ways of converting this into a standard format. So one is exact match. Directly you have the same written content. There's a substring match where if one part of the written content matches, it gets matched. Similarly, there's fuzzy match. So admit date is a very close variation of admission date. So it gets matched like that. Around 60 to 70% of the columns get matched very straightforward using these 3 techniques. The fourth one, the remaining 20 to 25% of matching is done by the embedding matches, where each terminology goes to a embedding model, and via semantic similarity, the meaning of the underlying word it gets matched into the final output, which is the FHIR resource. In this case, for the claim, it is claim.billable.start. So what we also need to realize here is that there's no use of LLMs or any third-party APIs. So there's very less cost involved in this. Everything runs on premises in the system. And for maybe 1 to 2% edge cases, it's very easy to incorporate an LLM-based or AI-based matcher along with this. There's also a human-in-the-loop system where all the outputs are presented to the user, and they can, if there is any change to be done, they can like manually do the changes. And if there's nothing matched, they can just manually select and match whichever column is to be required. So all of the output is NRCS conformant bundles, and we're also linking all the SNOMED, CT, and LOINC codes. So wherever in the data we have diagnosis or a procedure, etc., all of these gets mapped with the SNOMED CT mappings. We do data normalization, so all the date, currency values, and all get normalized, because all the different systems have very different formats for all of these records. Then we do the bundle construction as per FHIR standards, and also we have a validation system which can flag any errors or warnings so that they can also be corrected manually. For this hackathon, we concentrated on these 3 bundle types.
So where exactly in the life cycle do we stand? I think in the previous panel discussion, Mr. Sarkar had clearly highlighted it very well, that we are the promoters. So you will have your HMIS or other ingestion systems ingesting into our platform. We are just the middleware which will convert it into an analytics platform or an insurance front end or whatever it is that you want. So we are a little plug and play type of interface so that you don't have to go through the manual and extensive process of actually creating the bundles and assigning codes. So we have a little something for everyone, and that is it from Team SOPA Claims. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team SOPA Claims, for the presentation. Next, I invite the runner-up for this problem statement, Team Arcusoft, to kindly come forward and present their solution.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So we are from Arcusoft. Myself, Smith Gandhi, and I have with me Bhavi Mehta. And I have my team there right as well, Krupa, Namrata, and Dhruvik. So at Arcusoft, we are a 26-year-old technology engineering firm trusted by large enterprises, governments, and global development organizations, where we build and scale mission-critical and large-scale software systems, as well as AI and agentic solutions. We also created a connector for the ABDM, which has enabled multiple HMIS systems to get ABDM compliant. So coming to the solution, we are naming a solution as Synapse FHIR. It's kind of an intelligent FHIR middleware which will help systems to pass the legacy data into the FHIR bundles. And looking at the problems, what were the problems that the hospital systems have been facing? First of all, the problem statement itself says the legacy data. The data can be in CSVs, XMLs, Excel formats, HL7s. So how do we convert that into FHIR? So that is the main problem. Also, there are many AI hallucinations in generative models that invent fake medical codes, that is like SNOMED fake codes or ICD-10 codes. Also, the Siloid data acts as a major adoption blocker, preventing hospitals from joining the NHCX network. How we are solving it? Our model acts as an intelligent and secure broker between the legacy systems and the modern networks. We use dynamic LLM auto classifications, which classifies that the data that has been given to us classifies into which particular NHCX bundle. Is it a claim, coverage, or the communication bundle? And once it is classified, it is converted to FHIR. Also, the deterministic code resolution guarantees that there is zero hallucinations for validating any only against the explicit Snowman and ICD dictionaries. We also look into the law and ICD 10, 11, all the clinical terms. Now, how do we do it? The step one, the data comes from different hospitals in different formats. We pass this data, this is a dummy data, we pass this data to the LLM, where we have given descriptive prompts to classify that particular data into claims, coverage, or communication. That was a problem statement, so we have limited ourselves to first three. So we have the descriptive prompts, which enables the LLM to identify that particular data, and once identified, it will start converting that data into that particular claim bundle. Once during the bundle creation, we also use the terminology services. That is, the Elasticsearch will be fuzzy searching on the SNOMED CT and the ICD to deliver a deterministic match. So once the codes are present, the FHIR has been converted. For converting the FHIR, we use the Happy API bundle, Happy API. So the FHIR gets converted, and also the Happy FHIR validator validates the FHIR. So once the validation is done, we have the output. So looking at the future possibilities of our solution, one of the future possibilities is the vector embedding. Currently, we are using fuzzy search engines, which might sometimes not give the exact approach for the system codes. So we are trying to look into something like Pinecode, which will understand the meaning of those clinical terms, search for those particular meanings, and then give us the specific codes. Maybe it SNOMED, ICD-10, ICD-11, it can be any. Also, the data privacy protocol. Currently, we have passed the data to the LLM, but the LLMs can be using those data. So we'll ensure that the data that is passed to LLM is a dummy data. So whenever a hospital enrolls with us, they'll pass us the dummy data to us. So we'll create the FHIR for them using the previous steps, and that FHIR will be cached into our system. So whenever from next time the data, when the hospital passes their real data, will just be using the cache FHIR and converting the data into the FHIR without giving it to LLM. Also, the bidirectional interop. So currently, we have just focused on converting the legacy systems into the FHIR standards that the hospitals can use to pass it to NHCX. But in future, we are also looking into possibilities where a payer who is sending the data in FHIR, we can convert that FHIR into the hospital readable formats so they can use that data and display in their systems. So who will be benefiting from this? This will be benefit the hospitals, and it will reduce the cost of the claims processing at the hospital end. It will also safeguard the clinical integrity to the deterministic code systems that we place. And also it will help NHCX get FHIR adopted throughout the country. Yeah, so thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, team. Finally, I invite the second runner-up for this problem statement, Team Control plus Sehat, to kindly come forward and present their solution.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Dr. Pawan Kumar, Principal NLP Scientist at Mimamsa AI. I'm joined with my colleagues Shivam, Shashwat, Pranav, Ans, and Shreyans to propose the solution to the third problem that we have submitted here. So the problem is same problem, that given the legacy data in Excel sheet, so that's a standardized structured data in non-standardized format, and we were supposed to convert into FHIR format, which is a standardized data. So at Mimamsa, we have been working on structuring the unstructured data, which is textual data, since last two years in collaboration with SGPGI Lucknow as well as IIT Kanpur. And we understand this problem of standardization like in depth. So first, Pranav will present our solution that we have submitted. Then we'll discuss some of the limitations and how to tackle, how can we make progress in tackling these problems.
Yeah, so our data loaders and data readers do collect hospital data the chaotic hospital data that we have and that we get from several platforms. Then our LLM extraction engine converts that chaotic data into something called a structured JSON format that we feed to our deterministic FHIR conversion core, which converts it into a FHIR bundle, which is then standardized using our 6-layer terminology waterfall, which has various steps to ensure that the standardization is done correctly. And then at the end, we pass it to a validator, which is also a 4-step process that helps us validate and check if the converted FHIR format is correct or not. And finally, we get our NHCX compliant FHIR R4 bundle. So let me just give you a video demonstration. Yeah, since the video is not working, let me just explain it what we actually do. So in our system, we had 2 pathways. Path A is what converts directly from structured JSON format into our FHIR. Yeah. Okay, so here's a landing page that we created for our product. It shows various India's healthcare ecosystems, also the supported NHCX resource types that we have used. Now we move on to the conversion page, which has 2 types of conversion, manual and live. In the manual and live both, we have 4 types: claims, eligibility, communication, and validation. In the manual section, we can just paste directly our structured JSON format and click on convert to FHIR, which converts it into NHCX FHIR format resource bundle, which can be downloaded easily using the download button given. And also we have integrated an explorer view that we can change, that we can easily, so that we can easily view the FHIR bundle that we have created. Yeah, so here's the explorer bundle that we have created. It contains ICD-10 codes, RX norm codes, SNOMED CT codes, different types of codes for different types of paths. Now we move on to validation. Once we have converted it from structured JSON to a FHIR bundle, then we have to validate it. So we have created a 4-step pipeline that validates that FHIR bundle to make sure that it's always correct. Now we move on to live conversion. As we can see that we have different types of chaotic hospital data, live spreadsheets, multiple linked files, database tables, CSVs. So what we have done is we have integrated the database directly into our system so that clicking on a patient, we directly get to solve the problem. When we click on a patient and click on run the pipeline, then we get the patient data, which may be in any format, maybe CSVs, multiple files, converted into a complete resource bundle. As we can see here, in our Explorer view, we see organization, we see coverage, and we see condition, which has ICD-10 codes. And finally, we have our saved tab, which contains all the NHA data sets that were given here, that were converted by us into the FHIR format. And finally, we have a learn page for everybody who wants to learn more about NHCX, FHIR format, and what resource types are available. Now, I would like to hand over to Dr. Pawan for further explanation.
So,
the solution that we have developed, actually we were already working on the structuring of unstructured data, like patient, the sentence that, that is given here. And mostly we were working on OMOP-CDM, which is another standard like FHIR format. So when this problem came up, we attempted to submit this problem. And this solution that we have submitted is a kind of 2 nights solution. But that cannot be a real solution. Why? We can see that there is one single entity that needs to be extracted from this text that at the bottom, which is STEMI of anterior wall, and which has ICD code 129.0. But if you like use any of these methods like substring matching or fuzzy matching, what you will get is like ST elevation, anterior wall, MI, acute, and you need to link them. And if we like link them using say models like clinical bird, the entity linking is a really difficult problem for them to solve. So what we need is the complete context, contextual text. And LLMs are basically, they can accumulate a lot of sources, not just this text, a lot of other sources like lab values and other things. And we provide this entire context, and based on that we have been working since last 2 years on structuring these problems. And we have these different a solution called Bridge Cloud with 4 components, which contains privacy bridge, which removes the private information from the unstructured data, textual data. And we have a published paper on it with IIT Kanpur. And then MedBridge AI is for extracting structured information from the unstructured text. And Knowledge Bridge is developing domain specific. So in medical domain, there are so many subdomains. So for that, we have a Knowledge Bridge AI, and Trial Bridge AI is for creating different cohorts based on the structured value. So this is the solution that we propose basically.
Thank you, team, and congratulations to all the prize winners. Moving on, the second problem statement for NHCX Hackathon was clinical documents to FHIR structured data converter, specifically focusing on diagnostic reports and discharge summaries. This problem statement received the highest number of submissions in the hackathon track, reflecting strong interest in solving clinical data interoperability challenges. Let us now invite the winning teams. I would first like to invite the winners, Team Health at AI, Health at AI, to kindly present the solution.
System that transforms unstructured clinical documents into standardized FHIR bundles and NHCX-ready insurance claims. Let's begin. First, I upload clinical documents such as discharge summaries, lab reports, or prescriptions. The system supports multiple file uploads, allowing complete patient records to be processed at once. Once the documents are uploaded, I click on Generate Bundles. Behind the scenes, the system automatically processes each document. It extracts clinical information such as patient details, diagnosis, procedures, and observations. The extracted data is then mapped into standardized FHIR resources, including patient, encounter, observation, diagnostic report, and document reference. Within seconds, the system generates a complete FHIR-compliant bundle. This structured output ensures interoperability across healthcare systems. Each document is processed with a unique job ID, allowing real-time tracking of the processing status. The system also identifies validation errors and warnings, such as missing fields or inconsistencies, helping ensure accurate and complete data before claim submission. Using the built-in FHIR viewer, we can inspect the generated bundles in a structured format and verify compliance with NHCX standards. Next, the system automatically generates NHCX claim bundles based on the extracted clinical data. These include all required resources such as patient, practitioner, organization, coverage, and claim details. The claim bundle is then validated to ensure it meets all structural and compliance requirements. Once validated, the final output can be viewed or downloaded in JSON format, ready for seamless submission through the NHCX platform. All processing is secure and efficient, reducing manual effort and minimizing errors. In just a few seconds, unstructured medical documents are transformed into standardized, interoperable, and insurance-ready digital data. And this completes our end-to-end demonstration. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm Dr. Srividya Bhavani. So this is 2026. All it started is 2016. I started my PhD. Within 6 months, I was afflicted with an autoimmune problem. So madam, a keynote speaker was telling, if you know what we want, then automatically everything will pile up. And the other, one of the keynote speaker was telling, we need interdisciplinary. So that is what here I am. I am a researcher from IIT Madras, did my PhD in healthcare information systems. In my healthcare information systems, I did efficiency analysis of operational efficiency for a Tamil Nadu district public hospitals. So I did intersection between the operational analysis as well as the information systems, IS research. So these two research has been linked, and that is one of the main thing. And the other is, like I was telling about my autoimmune problem. It looked like I am a victim of, as a patient. So I was seeing all the dots that are there, which are unconnected. So here I am taking health at TIE for the school students. I am taking it as a bottom-up approach, not the top-down approach. It should be, it should come from the roots. If it comes from the root, automatically what we desire, the interoperability, and the requirement from the school students, the longitudinal health record, through the standardization, will automatically set in place wherever it needs to be. The hospital, the clinics, all the healthcare providers, including the insurance, everything. Currently, insurance is very less, but if we start it as a bottom-up approach, it will be a good practice that will be inculcated throughout India. Thank you. This is Srividya.
Thank you, Dr. Srividya. Up next, I invite Giridhar Rao and team to come forward and present their solution.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity to present about our solution at the hackathon. I think we approached the problem very differently. Ours is a 3-year-old startup. We are already live with some of these solutions in some of the hospitals. When we looked at the problem, we typically saw that hospitals have very fragmented systems. I think panelists also spoke about it. Secondly, I think most of the hospitals want to get into the AI journey, right? So they are trying to use LLMs, and we know that LLMs have a cost problem. They also have a compliance problem with the data moving out of the hospital systems. I think this is a real problem that every hospital will face. So what we said is, 2 years ago, that medical SLM for India is the need of the hour. When I say medical SLM, there are multiple components in it. So you need to have a small language model very intelligently defining the clinical aspects, right? So which is missing in India. So we started working with Meenakshi ji with NHA and trying to understand the FHIR formats, the standard formats, and the underlying layer beneath this SLM is actually the FHIR database layer. So we started implementing those solutions in a couple of hospitals. What I want to bring up is 3 things. Number one is, obviously, we have built, we are around 60% in our journey to build a medical SLM. Second, very important is the classification. We worked with NRCS formats. And once you upload any document, we worked on a discharge summary to claims as a workflow. So we understand today in discharge process, 80% of the documentation is manually written. Yes, every hospital claims the digital journey, but if you go and really look at it, it is handwritten clinical notes from the doctor and the nurses. So what we created a platform is to just upload the document, and automatically you will get a case summary and a discharge summary document generated. And from there, we enhance that to get the auto coding using again these standards defined by NHA, using the SNOMED formats. We are able to get to the auto coding, and from that auto coding, we are able to get to the claims processing. So there are two things to remember. The medical SLM is one aspect, but the triangulation piece on top of it, where clinical context has to be saved. It is not just generating a fire bundle or generating a document, but clinical context has to be retained, and that we have built our own models on top of the SLMs to make sure that the hallucinations are removed. Then really getting to actionable items, like we're saying that what is the symptom, what is the medication, what is the vital, that kind of clear-cut context should be provided by the clinical side. So that's where our models are built on top. Then the real aspect or innovation comes also in the last piece of the puzzle, which is the semantic intelligence and interoperability. So there is always keywords that are punched in, right? Like for example, SOB, shortness of breath. That can lead to multiple codes in the SNOMED. So really trying to understand what exactly is the context to put the right SNOMED code is what we have developed over the last 2 years. And we have used a lot of integrations and data from CDAC. We worked quite closely with Ashutji Patelji, and really understanding how exactly to implement that. And that's how we ended up creating the FIRE R4 generation. So this hackathon was a natural transition for us, where we could use our platform to really build a solution. And we really thank the CDAC team and NHA team for working with us for the last 2 years in making sure this journey has been very fruitful. We are live in 3 hospitals, and we are taking this platform and solution in a long way. So what we want to build as a company is a medical SLM, which is for first of its kind. Medical SLM, it is not only providing a standard-based, low-cost solution, which is very useful for the hospitals, but very underlying layer of interoperability. I think that's what we're focused. And my team is here, and I really thank the team for working relentlessly for the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Finally, I'd like to call upon the second runner-up, Team Healthains, to present this solution. In the interest of time, let's move on and call the problem statement number 3 winners. The third problem statement focused on PDF to NHCX aligned insurance plan FHIR bundle. The challenge aimed to transform unstructured insurance plan documents into structured and interoperable FHIR bundles that can be used across digital health systems. I would first like to invite the winners, Team ClaimSync AI, to present the solution.
So good afternoon to one and all present here. Today we team ClaimSync AI from Pimpri Chinchwad College of Engineering, Pune, from the CSE AML department. Myself, Harshal Biani, along with my teammates Abhishek Nikam, Trupti Sukale, Ansh Dude, and Koshda Bhatt, are going to present before you a very critical problem which is faced by the entire ecosystem, which is the conversions of the bundles according to the NHCX constraints into the FHIR bundles. So now I would like to call upon Abhishek to take you through the entire solution.
Hello guys, myself Abhishek Nikam, and now we will demonstrate our video first. Yes, we actually have the insurance plan PDFs, like they are mostly 50 pages, 60 pages. So to extract the data from this is very important from the for the expert team, like also takes 2 to 3 days. But from our solution ClaimSync, we actually did that in only 5 minutes, within 5 minutes. So what we actually did is we extract the PDF first. That extracted PDF is using OCR, from Tesseract, and also we changed it into, we passed the extracted data into the LLM model. That LLM model converts it into a structured JSON format. That structured JSON format we took from the HL7 FHR bundles. The FHR bundles we used here were actually insurance plan bundles, and we also took the claim bundles and claim response bundles, so that it is easy for us to again when we connect claims to the insurance plan, it will be a smooth process. Now we will actually see the features we have. The first main feature we have is Project Drishti. Here we will play the video. In Project Drishti, we first upload the PDF, and a structured PDF format turns into a FHR bundle. Now that FHR bundle has different fields, like all the fields are extracted correctly. Now when we put a PDF into it, this PDF gives us all the data correctly according to the FHIR fields which we have already mentioned. Now see that Global Healthcare, Bajaj Alliance, these all fields were mentioned in the PDF and they were given. Now here in below, benefits 30 means all the benefits are extracted. These benefits actually shows also the inpatient hospitalization amounts. These are the fields extracted and the conditions are given. Also our that features and conditions are given properly. Now how structured the data is, that we will look. We will see the FHR bundle into a JSON viewer. Now see in this JSON viewer, the bundle, the collection is given properly, and also the UUID for each field is given. When we go below, the general cost and specific cost is also maintained. So the deep structure can also be extracted from the table. When we see there the code ambulance and also the type, cost, like and the coding values, we also connect the SNOMED and ICD-10 codes for the same. The base cost, ambulance, all the values, like value 6 lakh is given, which will help to claim the process later. Now the third main feature we have is, the second main feature we actually did build this for common users, like the common users who don't know how, like they will not read a 50 pages PDF, right? So for them to visualize the complete flow, we have connected that FHR JSON endpoints into a structured mapping format. Like we have created a graph. Now look at that graph. First, the global healthcare is given. When I click on the benefits covered, all the benefits they can visualize. Now these benefits also, when I click on ambulance, there is different ambulance benefits. The prices are given till up to which cap they can execute it. So these all information is helpful for the common user so that he can apply for any insurance plan. Now next, we have Project Mantana. Actually, this was also one of the main points in our problem statement, to have a human review. So in this human review, what we did is, we have given a panel. When the human reviewer, like expert will look at the FHR bundle and he wants to make any correction or suggestions, then he can click on that field correctly, and and he can give or add corrections and suggestions to it. That will generate a report. Like here I will show. when I click on a certain field, that FHR ID is given at the top, and if a person like expert wants to correct that field or change that field, they can give their review there. Next. This was our complete solution. We also, like now I will tell you in technical aspects like what we did and how we built it. In technical aspects, what pipeline we used is we first extracted the data. We also used local OLAMA models. Local OLAMA models. That OLAMA models we used were having 143 billion parameters. So they actually extracted the values correctly. We had two levels of validation. So the first validation was a Python validation, which actually see whether the fields like FHR fields are extracted correctly, and the second validation was for the R4 validator. That R4 validator looked that it was a real FHIR from their official website. So the two-step verification of the FHIR helped us to retrieve the best FHIR bundle we could have. Also we would like to thank NHA and NHCX for the opportunity that they provided to us, and thank you, and any questions if possible.
Thank you, team. Next, I invite the runner-up team, Consent Health Forge, to kindly come forward.
Hello everyone, I'm Jayam, I'm a data scientist at Consent.ai. So I would start by trying to identify the bottleneck that exists in the current healthcare ecosystem regarding insurance plans. So they exist in a human format where it's a long PDF, people read it, but machines aren't able to interpret it readily and correctly. So we have tried to build a system where machines can interact with these policies in the FHIR format, and hence this also allows all the insurers and hospitals and TPA bodies to act in an interoperable manner and understand every policy correctly. So I'll try to give an explanation about my system that I've built. So first of all, there's an orchestration layer that extracts entities from the PDF that are required to populate the FHIR bundle. Then it maps them to the correct fields. It validates them via the HL7 CLI, and then a human in the loop can finalize it, and then they can move ahead. So what the extraction service does is I have made an extraction profile where you can specify, let's say, the policy exclusions are to be found in this page by looking for this keyword. And so a human can specify where each entity can be found and what keywords to look for. Then a simple OCR would group these pages based on the keyword founds. And then a open source LLM will extract the data and structure it to our internal schema before mapping it to the FHIR bundle. And doing this once, and the FHIR bundle is validated, and if there are any errors that are thrown by the CLI or any warnings, then our LLM is given the context of those errors, and it tries to extract extract entities with a better accuracy based on these errors given. And then the mapping service basically takes the correct extracted data, maps them to the FHIR bundle, it populates the insurance plan and organization objects, and then the validation service finally runs it against the HL7 CLI, and the FHIR bundle is validated, and the output is also shown that these errors, these no's, these warnings resultant were found. The user can go there in our UI, they can review the changes, they can review the extracted entities, the structure of the data, they can remap it, they can correct any inaccuracies, and they can validate it before finally finalizing. So this, I believe, achieves a combination of both a human intervention and LLM-based approach. So a human can complement where an LLM falls short of any accuracy. And finally, the impact we want this to have in the ecosystem. Since the NHCX is a great initiative by the government of India, we want that insurers are able to onboard faster to the platform. And this also reduces human speciality required, as mapping each policy to an FHIR bundle is a strenuous process. Since no policy is same, each policy is slightly different. So this helps that insurers that have around 100, 200 policies to onboard faster to the NHCX platform. And this also helps TPAs and other regulators, integrators to have access to greater structured data that any HMIS or their specific systems can easily access to, because FHIR is a very widely documented project. It's a very widely documented standard. So having data in that format would be very great for the healthcare ecosystem. And this also promotes stronger interoperability across the entire Ayushman Bharat ecosystem. So our future scope for this project is to basically make it as efficient, as scalable as possible. So instead of handling around 100 policies, 200 policies, there are around 30 insurance companies in India. They have thousands of policies, so we can handle all of them, and we are focused on building the system in an agnostic manner, such that just instead of only the insurance plan bundle, we can specify and we can integrate any bundle in the future. So let's say the discharge summary bundle or any other bundle that the user so wants, they can use a system to integrate it via minimal effort by just defining what entities are needed instead of having to build an entire system again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jayam. Now I invite the second runner-up, Team Tanu, to present the solution.
A very good afternoon to everyone. We are the team of Tanu, AI Center of Excellence from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. We are led by Professor Fanindra K. Elvarthi. He is the Chief Program Manager at Tanu. I, Dr. Hema, the Program Manager of Renal Vertical, followed by Dr. Ashwin, Program Manager for Breast Cancer Detection Vertical, and we have two interns along with us, Mandeep and Bharat. Over to Mandeep.
So we are very well aware of the fact that insurance plan PDFs are very unstructured and not really in machine readable format. So we have designed an LLM orchestrated pipeline which converts these insurance plan PDFs into HL7 FHIR for insurance plan bundles. So we have also made sure that our pipeline is fully open source and privacy preserving and abides by the rules of the NHCX profiles. So this pipeline extracts meaningful information from the insurance plan PDFs and maps them into the corresponding HL7 FHIR insurance plan bundles. So the architecture and the microservice that we have deployed will be unfolded shortly.
Hi everyone, I am Bharat. So I'll explain the system architecture in a brief. So we'll take PDF as an input to the microservice, and we'll extract the text using the OCR service called doclink. And we are using local on-prem model LLM to extract to distill the text, because NHCX to convert the PDF into the bundles, we have so much use data. So we are using distillation to distill the text, the use text into the some minimal text. So we are using on-prem LLM again to select the resource types required to create the bundle, and we are using some ordering module to order the resources, list of resources that are selected, and we are using LLM in a loop to generate resources for all the resources that are selected, and we are bundling all the resources in a final bundle and validating and reporting the errors. So the microservice and the video demonstration will be explained by Dr. Ashwin. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we are from Tanu Foundation.
Welcome to the NHCX Insurance Plan Microservice Converter. We have provided the demo PDF for the problem statement 3 here, which can be downloaded from here. We've built a fully open source privacy preserving pipeline compliant with NHCX standards. You can upload the PDF in Choose PDF file. This PDF will now be converted into structured HL7 FHI.
It reports the time taken, and it also gives you the bundle output. So we did not do error-based refinement. So the total number of errors that we got as a output was around 80 at the start. But after LLM refinement, we were able to get it down to at least 20 to 30 errors. That was the best outcomes that we were able to report. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you to all the teams for those excellent presentations and for contributing innovative solutions to the NHCX ecosystem. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. With that, is the presentation up? That's not hers. Okay, with that, let me call the second runner-up for problem statement 2, who will be presenting her solution, Team Healthians.
Please give it to me. Problem statement 2, no?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for bearing with me. I know you might be getting hungry, but I'm really sorry. I'll just take 5 minutes of your time. My name is Shayoni, and we have won the second runner-up position for the problem statement 2. Since we have already seen another problem statement, I'll just reiterate the problem again. I work for Plus 91 Technologies. We have been working in healthcare technology for the last 20 years. And we are currently present in 26 countries. And our biggest achievement in the last 3 years have been that we have managed to digitize the whole state of Bihar. That means digitizing about 15,000 to 16,000 government facilities, starting from the primary health centers to the district hospitals in the whole state of Bihar. And without further much ado, I'll just begin. So basically what we are looking at is a problem that every hospital in India faces today. Since we were working on ground, we figured out that what is the genuine problem that hospitals face. Every hospital has clinical documentation, and especially in PDFs. Whether something that they have printed it out, scanned it, everything is only in PDF. But ABDM, our National Health Data Backbone, speaks only FHIR. And these two do not match with each other. So our solution is to make sure that whatever the hospital is speaking, ABDM understand, so that there is no difference, there is no gap. And our solution bridges that gap over here. Okay, so I'll give you the full picture. When, let's say, a hospital wants to submit a claim through NHCX, they need to send a structured health information that is not a PDF, that has to be in a FHIR bundle. But reality on ground is that most healthcare management software out there does not export FHIR natively. So what happens in practice is someone manually reads those PDF documents and then tries to type it out and see, acha, is this matching, is that matching, and then they try to navigate, because every hospital has different formats. And then going through all those pages, those documents takes a lot of manual effort, lot of time, lot of money is wasted. And we are not even sure that it will give out 100% results. Here where our solution comes in, right? So I'll just walk you through very quickly how the solution works. The hospital is going to put a PDF input. Our software, our system over here will work as a layer between the HMIS and the ABDM system. That means it is going to convert extract the text from the PDF format, whether it is a direct PDF or it is a scanned copy. It is going to extract the text, then it is going to detect what type of document it is, what kind of health information does this document contain, whether it's a diagnostic report, whether it's a discharge summary, whatever it is going to detect. Then we are going to do the field mapping. So each of those variables are going to map with the final fire variables that we want in the outcome. And the final result is we are going to generate a fire resource that is as per the norms of NHCX and as per the norms of ABDM. So I'm just going to show you a quick 1-minute demo. We have seen that the staff at hospitals do not understand very complicated UI UX. What they want is simple buttons that they can understand, that they can use, and that they can train other people, because staff continuously changes in hospitals. That is what we have kept in mind while building this. So I'll just play the video here. It's just a 1-minute video. Hi everyone, in this quick demo I'll walk you through how the fire report converter works. After logging in, you'll land on the converter screen. You can see the use case selected with patient ID and claim ID. We upload the clinical document. You can either drag and drop the PDF into the uploaded area or click to browse from your system. The system currently supports PDF files up to 30 megabytes. Next, we select the appropriate report type. In this example, I'm choosing the discharge summary for processing. Once the file is uploaded and the report type is selected, we start the conversion. The system now extracts the clinical data and maps it into the FHIR bundle format. After processing completes, the generated FHIR bundle becomes available for review. At this stage, we can validate the map fields and confirm the structured output. If needed, we can click Start Over to process another document. And that's how quickly we can convert clinical PDF. Right. So that is what it was. Very quick, very simple, and two things it is going to detect, extract, and convert. Very simple to use. Capabilities, a few things that I want to say that makes this stand out. The output is not generic fire. It is ABDM profile compliant, validated against the NRCS and NHCX profiles. The document classification is automatic, so the right mapping is applied every time without any manual intervention by any staff, any doctor, anybody at the hospital. It can be deployed as a standalone microservice or can be used as a library inside an existing system, and it's fully open source, and we built this as a utility for the ecosystem, not for one organization. Yes. What this means in practice is hospitals which have no native fire capability can now participate in the ABDM ecosystem without building expensive document-specific custom integration. No need to do that. It can just act as a layer between those systems, and no need to do any kind of customization, any modulations to their current system. The tech stack that we have used here is Python and custom documentation classifier. OpenAI we have used for LLM for post-processing and JSON for formatting. We also have an in-house LLM that we have built at Plus 91. It's called Bhairav. And for data protection, we are going to switch in future to our in-house LLM system. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Amay. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. With that, we break for lunch. Lunch will be served at the visitor guest house, dining area on the ground floor. I repeat, dining area on the ground floor. Representatives from NHA would be at your disposal to assist you further. We will reconvene the afternoon sessions at 2:40. Thank you.
Check. Hi everyone, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. So if you can give a call to people you came with who are not in the room, that would be great.
No. Check. Check.
Check.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining. Hope you all had a great lunch. I think any post-lunch session needs to be on an exciting topic, and with that in mind, we have a panel discussion on transforming the health insurance value chain through AI and technology. I welcome our esteemed panel and invite them onto the stage. I welcome Mr. Ashish Garg, Chief Business Officer, Xyla Health. Next, we have Mr. Dilip Murli, CEO, Z-Score Technologies. Then we have Mr. Sumit Ramani, co-founder, Protect Me Well. I also welcome Mr. Sajja Praveen Chaudhary, Director and Head, Policy Bazaar for Business. And finally, I invite Mr. Vikas Garg, Appointed Actuary, Universal Sompo. Thank you all for being here. I welcome you. I now call upon Mr. Prerak Sethi, co-founder of India InsurTech Association, a champion of NHCX, to moderate the session and take over.
Thank you. Okay, so as Sadhna said, post-lunch, we're all here. We've all had lunch. We are talking on a topic that's always dear and close to my heart. First and foremost, we're talking about health insurance here today in the context of ABDM and NHCX. We've got an amazing set of speakers. When we put together the panel, the thought process was really to say, health insurance, how do we bring together stakeholders from across the value chain? So we've got Sumit, who works in financial literacy and insurance awareness through a startup, Protect Me Well. We've got Vikas, who's Sumit's an actuary, by the way. Vikas is an actuary. Vikas is appointed actuary Universal Sompo. So he's building health insurance products for the private sector day in, day out. That's his role as part of what he does. We've got Sajja, who's with Policy Bazaar for Business. He's also closely worked on the retail health insurance side at Policy Bazaar. So as a champion for distribution, understands health insurance distribution very well. We've got Ashish, who comes from Xyla, which works in health tech. They work with health outcomes, so chronic care management for populations, individuals in India. So we've got Ashish, who will bring a health outcomes perspective to the conversation. And then we've got Dilip, who's working at an insurtech where they're on the forefront of looking at how to use AI and technology in claims adjudication or solving for claims, health insurance claims as a problem. So welcome today. Thank you for coming to the panel. First, before we jump into questions, first, how many of you are using AI for personal use? Can I see a show of hands? How many of you, based on what you're reading on a daily basis, right, think that you're using AI to the full potential of what's possible? We are reading about a massive change that's coming today, right, for all of us. How many think you're using it for full potential? Got it. Do we all agree here that this is a transformational wave unlike anything that we've seen in the past? Some of the solutions we might have seen today, we can all see a little bit of the future. How many of us think, this is going to be a big transformation for all of us? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a computer engineer, graduate 2004, was studying what we were calling AI back then. But really the last 24 months have just been amazing. Just absolutely astounded at the progress at which we've been able to make as, as companies, countries, individuals, everybody, for what the potential of application for AI is in our personal lives, in our professional lives, and the impact it's going to have on white-collar jobs, blue-collar jobs, pretty much anyone and everybody in the ecosystem. To bring the conversation back towards health insurance, right? We've got all the stakeholders here. I'm going to jump right in. But before we jump in, right, the India InsurTech Association, for everybody's context, publishes a report with BCG every single year. We published 5 in the past. The topic for the last one, unsurprisingly, was again AI in insurance. And the report actually picks up the insurance value chain. It picks up product design, it picks up underwriting, picks up distribution, picks up claims, picks up customer support, and just talks about what is that future going to look like, right? What is the future going to look like in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? What is the impact of AI on the insurance sector, on the health insurance sector? And the signs are all there. The BCG team, when they look at the global portfolio of clients and what's actually working, not just in India, but also in the US, when they look at what's working for clients in health insurance, in EU, they're just saying day in, day out, the impact can be, say, 10 to 15% on the underwriting side, 20% on the distribution side. Marketing, the ability to generate thousands, if not tens of thousands of marketing material for insurances and industry has already come true. So that's the kind of impact that we're already seeing in the sector today. I'm going to first jump in with Sumit, because Sumit is a champion for financial literacy insurance awareness. Sumit, India is a very diverse country. So as you think about the possibilities of using AI and technology for insurance literacy, health insurance literacy in India, what are the kind of innovations that you see and what's the possibility?
Thank you, Prerak. Before I respond to that question, Prerak, maybe we should do a quick poll here. How many of you have health insurance policies? Okay, that's great. How many of you have a sum assured of about 5 lakhs? Yeah. And how many of you are solely reliant on group insurance? Quite a few, right? So just to put things in perspective, 5 lakhs sum assured is what is covered as part of Ayushman Bharat, and it's for a different strata of society. So that should be really the floor of our cover for people sitting in the room, right? And this is where the financial literacy becomes very, very important. So there are a couple of parts to financial literacy. One of them is the size of the cover. And I think hyper-personalization there is very, very important. And what do I mean by hyper-personalization? The need of cover that I have is a function of where I live, how much I earn, what is the size of family I have, right? And that should determine what should the cover that I have. And this could be different from gentlemen sitting here to gentlemen sitting there. And it evolves with both lifestyle and life stage. By lifestyle, when I am, let's say, 21, I may need very small amount of cover. But let's say when I go to maybe become 30, 35, my income increases, I would probably go to a different hospital than I would have gone to when I was 25. So that is lifestyle. With life stage as well, things change because my risk of getting hospitalized increases substantially when I age, right? So that has to be accounted for. Saying that you need 10 lakhs of cover and that solves for it, that is not the right answer. So from the needs perspective, you look from your profile, also look from the current stage and how does your future look like. So that's just the need part of it. The second part of it is around being able to, second part of financial awareness is on the health side, is being able to appreciate what you're buying. The health insurance policies, unfortunately, are so complicated that someone from my background would also struggle to understand what's going into it, right? And which is where the standardization of these policies, being able to unbundle it, which was also one of the problem statement of the hackathon, right? Being able to unbundle the policies becomes very, very relevant. Using AI to be able to generate contents which are specific for you, which you understand as an audience. For me, it could be very different. For someone who's 21-year-old, could be very, very different. Being able to do it and deliver it in the language that you understand, in the mode that you understand. Some people prefer video, some people prefer text, some people prefer audio, some are more conversant in Tamil, some in Telugu, some in Hindi. So all of that has to be accounted for, and which is where AI becomes very, very powerful. The last piece really is around gamification, which I think has been at a very nascent stage to make more people aware of financial, more people be financially literate, especially on the health side. In most cases, it's like, give me your step count and I'll give you a discount, right? It might move the needle for some people. If you're paying maybe 10,000 rupees a year as annual premium and you get a discount of 2,000 rupees, it may or may not entice you. But what could work is also hyper-personalization on that side. If someone like me who's doing, let's say, 10K every day, has created ABHA ID, has given insurer access to my health records, and you say that, okay, if you or your family gets hospitalized, we'll roll out a red carpet, which is quite ironical when you imagine it. When I need a stretcher, a red carpet is being rolled out, but you get the gist of it, right? So I think just these 3 points I think are more important.
No, Sumit, absolutely amazing. And the point that you made around, being able to generate a lot of content, right? IRD had laid out this premise to say we need to build insurance awareness in India. There are campaigns being run right now. But we can see the potential of a country that is absorbing millions of minutes on YouTube every single day, and the kind of content that can be generated to build insurance awareness, right, around what's actually available in your policy today, what's the coverage possible or not, is just amazing. Sajja, actually, you touch these customers from a distribution standpoint every single day, retail health, group health. Maybe it'll be interesting to see what is the expectation of these customers, how is it changing, how is health insurance being sold in India, how is that changing today?
Yeah, so thank you, Project. I think, post-COVID, it's been a lot of, I would say, there's a wave of change that I would say, especially on the protection side, that we've seen, especially whether you call it term insurance or the health insurance space. Earlier, obviously, as Sumit rightly pointed out, this is one of the problem statements that we always used to kind of fight with consumers also when we launched the 1 crore health insurance plan about 2016-17. People laughed at it saying, who's going to buy 1 crore? People don't buy 1 crore term insurance, so who's going to buy 1 crore health insurance? But then I think COVID changed that scenario very clearly, and now I think post-COVID, and especially the other thing being the advent of chatbot and all of that stuff, there are two things that are clearly happening. One, we're seeing a lot of research users coming more and more. I would say earlier also there were research users who were coming to our platform, but I would say the information that they carry or the amount of research that they do before coming is much more compared to earlier, and that's changing every now and then. And the second thing that's happening, which also Sumit pointed out, is the sum insured. That's one thing which we're seeing clearly changing now on both the consumer side as well as the product side. One is obviously people who are coming in and then understanding why is this important now that now that especially they've seen one COVID, and then second they're seeing cases that are happening regularly. And when you do research, if you're not doing any research on your own, then obviously you would not see any cases or you'll not hear about anything. But the moment you start doing some research and end up into a YouTube video and someone says, okay, this cancer treatment or this treatment cost me about 30 lakhs or 40 lakhs, then they start to worry, okay, is the 10 lakhs going to be enough? So that's one conversation that has started to crop up these days. And so we're seeing a lot of people going for higher sum insured or or inquiring about what do I do in this scenario? And then obviously unlimited restore policy or a higher sum insured, one of these. That's what the consumer behavior is changing towards, I would say. The other thing that's changing is clearly, given the research and the other thing that they're doing, is also on how can coverages, something which has a waiting period kind of thing. And that's where, again, insurance have been, I had to go back to the drawing board and kind of come back with, in the retail products, which ideally had regular waiting periods for, pre-existing ailments and all. Now there are people who are more and more opting for those products which have, say, waiting period being waived off at extra premium, especially for the ABCD diseases, right? The asthma, BP and cholesterol related waiting periods. At least these are the ones which people are now saying, I don't want to wait for that 1 year or 2 years or any waiting period. I'm ready to pay that 5,000 rupees extra. So that there's no complication at a later stage. And all of this is somewhere being, again, as I said, right, the customer is becoming a bit more aware. And as a result, automatically, they coming to know about this and then inquiring what can they do about this. And hence, that's where the change is looking at, and on both sum insured as well as the coverages part.
And Sajja, behavior has changed, right, immediately. How many of you have uploaded any insurance policy onto ChatGPT or Claude and asked it for recommendations? Yeah, I already see hands going up. So we are seeing a massive shift in where research is also getting done. In a lot of cases, younger folks that are immediately going into the LLMs, the ChatGPT, the LLM waves, think that's a gospel of truth. Whatever's coming out of that is accurate.
Yeah.
They say, if ChatGPT is telling me this is the coverage I need, this is the coverage that I need. My 13-year-old thinks that Gemini is 100% accurate and doesn't have the insights to know what is right or wrong.
That brings to the point also, obviously there are also things when, ChatGPT and the LLMs also don't tell you the 100% truth, right? That's other thing which we also have to fight back with. Earlier, the fight back used to happen when, when we as a person, we used to tell the consumer that this is what you should take. The fight back used to happen with, no, my uncle told me this or my agent told me this, you're lying about it, or you should not take it. Now they say, no, I've researched, I've done my research. Why are you, kind of saying all of this shit to me? I don't want to hear all of this from you. So that's the kind of thing, which you are encountering these days, but that's the other side of it.
No, perfect. And, Vikas, moving on to you, you've got to design these products, right? We're just hearing about the needs, the aspirations, what's possibly the future. Also talking about how ChatGPT, LLMs are impacting how research distribution is going to get impacted. It's an amazing time to be an actuary, amazing time to be an insurer, I would say. How you think about using AI for risk modeling, underwriting for health insurance?
Yeah, thanks, Prerak, for having me here. Just pardon my.
Hold it closer.
Just pardon my bad throat. Am I audible? Yeah. So as an actuary, when I look at the tech, so as an actuary, we don't look tech for just for the sake of tech, right? So for us, two important things. One is the discipline, and is very very important in any tech. So so when we are building a product, right? So the idea is, when you are looking at, from futuristic perspective, the idea is basically to move from a broad brush, average approach to a more equitable and inclusive, ecosystem where the policyholder trust is of the paramount importance. So I have, attended many seminars, many this thing wherein, we talk about the business, we talk about the profitability, where the customer is somewhere lost. So the idea is that the customer has to be there, right? So now, if we just to set the background, how individual health insurance is sold in the country or anywhere, right? So we classify a life to be a standard life or a non-standard life, just basis some information given on the proposal form, right? Now the standard life basically get a premium, which is a broad brush average premium being charged to every customer, and no medical information or something is generally asked from them. For a non-standard life, they go for a, further underwriting, go for the certain medical test basis which the underwriters would decide whether to accept or reject that particular life, right? Now for a standard life, which has been, charged average premium, primarily we do not have any medical information available for that particular life, right? So it is just to say that we are having a data void at the very moment when we are making a long-term promise to the customer, that we will be protecting you for the rest of your life with respect to the, the health insurance and all, right? Now, wherein, the AI can plug in, can pitch in, in certain scenarios over here. So I think along with the proposal form, there can be, non-intrusive app-based scanning, for example, say face scan, which can give me the some basic information, health information about the customer, let's say the heart rate or some vital information just at the point of sale. This will set a baseline for that, health baseline for that policyholder for me. And I know that, rather than assuming that all the policyholders which are there in my cohort are having a similar medical, history or same, risk. So that assumption will simply go away. I will know my policyholder, though they are standard at this point in time, right? Secondly, with the help of the data, standardized data which we are having with the help of NHCX, ABDM, and the IIB, I think it is a time for us to move from simple age-based pools to more evidence-based risk groups, right? So this will basically ensure, for me, fairness in the insurance. The idea is that why should you get charged higher just because of somebody's else's risk in a generic cohort, right? Even for the non-standard lives, we can use the technology to streamline many of the repetitive tasks. For example, just for an instance, if one of the parameter is high or low, let's say HbA1c value is within range, the tool will simply implement a particular premium loading, so that our underwriters, they should have enough time, they should have that much of free time to basically, spend, to evaluate and charge, the other proposal which are more crucial, having multiple issues. At the same time, there are certain limitations also when we are, looking at these AI or ML models. And I think most of us would have seen, in most of the ML models that we are built, few of them work like a black box, right? Which simply lack the explainability. And to me, as an actuary, if the model is non-explainable, it simply is like incompatible with actuarial principles of accountability, explainability, as well as, in certain cases, regulatory issues as well.
No, and Vikas, it's interesting because all the number of the models coming up, right? If you read these leaders who are building these foundational models, they talk about this idea of the model is growing. They themselves are not fully sure of how these models are growing, right? It's almost like an art as science because they don't know what parameters are the models actually using to come up with the responses. 70 billion parameter models, 20 billion parameter models that are coming up. So really, it's an interesting question for a regulated sector like insurance, right? To say, we can't be unfair, we can't be unjust. We've got to be able to justify on what basis are we providing a policy to a customer or rejecting them. So what does that actually mean for us to be able to use AI models across the value chain, especially in, say, underwriting as an idea? But you also mentioned an interesting idea. I'll turn to you actually, Ashish, right? Where you also said that, look, instead of going from underwriting at, say, STP or for a cohort, for a set of population, there's this idea of being able to go and manage their health too, right? Which is beyond just underwriting. That's something that, Ashish, you've looked at very closely from an idea of managing health and health outcomes. Now, in the context of the data that's available from insurers, ABDM, data that might be coming out from NHCX, what does this world of health outcomes look like as you collaborate with the insurance sector?
Correct. No, I think, see, the market is going to evolve significantly over the period of next several years because of the advent of data which we are going to consume, right? With Ayushman Bharat coming in, for the first time, we will have the longitudinal profile of an individual. What does that mean? Today, if we look at how chronic disease is delivered to the consumer, it is actually delivered in a fragmented way. It is treated like an acute disease. The doctor will look at the most recent vitals, symptoms, maybe the diagnostic report, and provide care, right? He doesn't have time, bandwidth, and also the historical data, which they can consume systematically. With Ayushman Bharat coming in for the first time for the entire country with the consent architecture, all of those things in place, we will have the data of a user which will be longitudinal. Now, there is a lot of work to be done on that data because that data is not clean. It could be in PDF format. It could be unorganized, unstructured. But now we have that data, right? So first thing is we have data, correct? AI will come, basically, they will have a role to play. But given we have this data, now one can underwrite the risk better. One can divide the population into high, moderate, low risk cohorts, right? And provide personalized care to those users. So all of those opportunities opens up with this data. We have the wearable data of the mobile phone, of the iWatches, of the CGM devices, which again gives more information to both the payer as well as provider to act upon, which was not there earlier. So that all will unlock, right? And the ability to provide personalized care outcomes will improve significantly because of all of this data.
Yeah. And Ashish, it's interesting. We've obviously got a lot of researchers, students here today who worked on tech. But even in the last year, this idea of context in LLMs, right, is like you could have your own context for your own health profile now. As long as you've got the data, you've got the ability to store, and it's really interesting what can be built on top of it, as against even the traditional architecture, how we've stored data in the past, right? So it's interesting times and how we can access that data, how can we act on top of that data,
Correct.
how can we interact with the policyholder and or the patient, right?
See, this is where AI has a role to play. What Ayushman Bharat has done, they have basically set up the infrastructure. These are rails basically. Now I have access to information, right? But that information, because of the way it is structured, the way it is stored, may not be consumable at any point in time immediately, right? Now AI helps us accentuate the usage of this data. One can build a layer of intelligence on top of it, right? And categorize this data using FHIR protocol or ICD-10, LOINC, KTC, whatever it is, so that it becomes interpretable. One is able to look at the data in a simpler form. One can use this data to risk score, right? Once we have longitudinal history of a user, we can actually do real-world evidence studies also. All the real-world evidence studies have been done on the Western population, which we imitate over here in India without any backing of the data. Now we have that data for the first time in a format where AI can put that intelligence layer so that I can structure that data, consume that data, put that into risk cohort, right? And then it can also help us solve the delivery problem, right? We are a healthcare understaffed economy. The infrastructure is not enough. The doctor to patient ratio is not as per what we want it to be, and it is not going to change overnight, right? But AI will act as a force multiplier, right?
Yes.
It will enable a doctor to provide huge amount of care. As a simple anecdote, in our organization, though we are relatively small, we manage close to 200,000 chronic lives today. We were managing close to 50,000 chronic lives last year. Our team size has only grown up by 5%. And by team size, I mean to say my clinical team has only grown up by 5%, whereas my patient base has grown up by 4x, from 50,000 to 200,000 chronic lives under cover, right? And we are providing same level of support, same level of personalization, which 2 years back was impossible. We would have to scale our team 2 times with all the deterministic models, with all the advancement in technology, which was not possible.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. Dilip, switching to you, as a part of going across the health insurance value chain, now we come to an incredible topic of relevance for today, which is claims. As an insurtech, you've been working on health insurance claims for the last few years as a problem statement. Tell me, outside of say DPDP, GOI, looking at compliance has to be completely done. What are other untapped data sources that you see today that the insurance industry could leverage, right, to be able to do better adjudication of claims or in the context of health insurance be able to use in their journeys?
So firstly, if you look at claims from a data source perspective, you have your, as an insurance company will work with a standard set of data as of today. There's a claims data, there's information that you get from underwriting and hospital information, things like that. But going forward, when I say going forward, I'm going to use that word because I'm assuming that with the advent of NHCX, with the advent of AI, claims processing is going to become a breeze in the coming few years. Okay, but the missing databases, missing data sources would be eventually, identifying doctor databases to understand, what is the profile of doctors. Okay, right now we don't have such information. Okay, we need to get more information about drugs. There is no information in the government information about drug prices, combinations, whether they're generic. Right now the information is very scattered. Okay, then you have other data sources like regular standard data that you need from a hospital. Okay, that's a third data source. Going forward in the coming years, okay, there is going to be requirement for multiple types of data. Okay, so in the next few years, we are going to see companies transition from settling claims to moving into patient wellness. Okay, yeah. But when you're looking at patient wellness, whatever information that you have, whatever data that you have, actually falls short terribly.
And also, Dilip, if you're looking at patient wellness, which is the policyholder over a year, the idea that Vikas brought up, then we need that data throughout the year, right?
Exactly.
So the touch point is not at the beginning of the year, it's not at the point of underwriting.
Exactly.
So the question becomes, what is that real-time exchange between policyholder, their insurer, their health tech partner, the claims adjudicator? How does all of that come together real time?
I have a crazy theory here because the claims part, you already have data that you're going to get. And but people are not going to go to hospitals every day. You're going to get, you don't get that data too often. But coming forward, see, there'll be 4 or 5 different data sources. One is predominantly what people eat, okay, how people exercise, what is people's health generally, and then mental wellness. So these are the different data sources that eventually insurance companies will have to get a holistic view of the patient and a holistic view of the society as well. And that feeds back to what Vikas had said, to eventually ensure that they'll be able to get, they'll be able to do underwriting and process the risk profile throughout the year.
Yeah, and that idea is a very powerful idea to put together because the insurance industry, as long as I've been there, has been talking about the idea of wanting to engage with their policyholders throughout the year and not only touch them at the point of claim, right, really. Their concern is always to say, hey, we sell a policy, we touch them at the point of claims, at least health insurance sees some claims, In other lines of businesses, property and casualty, there are rarely claims that come. So at least this is an idea that thanks to technology, thanks to AI, thanks to ABDM, the infrastructure can all come together now to start to say what are those unique interventions, unique engagement as say the insurance industry or stakeholders that we can build to be able to leverage for healthier Indians, healthier policyholders. What's that possibility?
I don't want to make anything controversial, but there is the possibility that insurance companies can get information from the Zomatos of the world, the Swiggis of the world, the Zylas of the world, the Culfits of the world, to get information. And I know there's a lot of DPDP related issues that might come up, but these are all potential possibilities to come up with. You can actually push society really forward from a patient wellness perspective.
There's this idea of modifiable risk factors that the health insurance industry has been navigating for the last few years, right? Where we say that what you eat is in your control as an individual, whether you exercise or not is mainly in your control as an individual. So there are a few of these factors that are modifiable, which are in your control. So the nudges could be in that direction, right? Or engagement could be in that direction. You know, if you have an accident, you have an accident that could happen to anyone. We're not talking Minority Report, right? That you can start to predict accidents now. Not possible as of today, at least. But Sumit, as you think about this, right? You're an actuary. You've been building products, life, health, for a number of years. Very, very comfortable with that as an idea. Current wave of AI in tech. What are the kind of customized insurance products? India is a very diverse country. How should we think of that as a framework?
Yeah. So before we get into it, I think it's important to understand that there is Ayushman Bharat, which covers about, let's say, 50 crore of population, roughly, give and take.
500.
Yeah,
50 crores, yes.
Yeah, 50 crores, yeah, 50 crores of population, give and take.
A little more now. Yes.
Yeah, and then there are people who could afford retail insurance, they have insurance cover, but there's missing middle, right? While missing middle, the term has been around for quite some time, but I think this missing middle is not just a broad brush approach that we could use for them, right? There are people who are active, who are healthy. There are people who are also living in Delhi who have specific problems which are, let's say, could be related to pollution. There are people living in Mumbai who have problems, more health issues during monsoon, right? So from a product point of view, the products have to be also hyper-personalized. And there are three elements to it. One is the risks that one is exposed to, which is where we talked about someone who is high income, has high stress job, would probably going to have lifestyle diseases, but someone living in maybe Delhi could have dengue in some time, right? So that's the exposure to risk part of it. The second is appetite to risk part of it. So if I'm 21, maybe I think I'm invincible, but when I'm 40, my view around my risk appetite also changes, right? Which also changes along with my family growing and my income growing. From my view of me being an asset and that asset needs to be protected also comes in when you get to a certain stage in life, right? So your risk appetite also evolves. The third piece of it is ability to pay and affordability. Some people can pay yearly premium, some people can pay premium for 10 years, for example. Some people can pay weekly, some pay maybe daily, right? So, and this also evolves over a period of time. So a product that accounts for risks that you're exposed to, your risk appetite and affordability, which then becomes a breathing product, right? With ABDM and access to information of your health records through ABA ID and stuff, then you have a good, then the underwriting also becomes quite dynamic. So a product that breathes and it's customized for your needs is the need of the hour, right? But the question is why this doesn't quite happen, right? It's something, if it's obvious to me, I'm sure it's obvious to many other people, right? So the problem is that all these products, when you hyper-personalize them, these are probably $1 million idea, maybe $2 million idea, in some case 500K idea, right? In some case $10 million ideas. To be able, for an insurance company that requires a capital of 200 crore, 500 crore, solving a problem that's $1 million idea is not viable, right? And hence I think some of the things where policymakers could support is maybe encouraging MGAs which are focused either by a problem statement or by a geography, which could also be an insurer, right? A monoline insurance company operating only in Telangana, trying to solve problems in Telangana of a particular health type. So these companies would probably have capital requirement significantly lower, And hence, solving $1 million problem or $10 million would make sense, right? Equally, there is concept of mutual insurance or peer-to-peer insurance, which could work for, let's say, tribals living in Kana or maybe people living in slum areas of Mumbai, right? These are very small problems to be solved. But mutual insurance in today's time is not regulated, and there's a gray area around it, whether that's legit, not legit sort of things, right? So a lot of hyper-personalization around solving the risk problem, and some support from the policymakers would get us there.
Thanks. And Sumit, you brought up this really interesting point, right? So 4 years ago, the COO of a general insurance company had said, hey, Prerak, 20 crores of premium is the minimum I need from an insurance product because my cost of technology in setting up these products is so expensive. This is 4 years ago. I think the industry has already made a leap towards trying to bring that number down. But again, thanks to the changes that we are seeing, possibly we'll start to build products for risk pools for even $1 million of premium, $3 million of premium, $5 million of premium, which is not possible a few years ago because of the lack of the tech infrastructure that was possible, some time ago. And on the distribution side, actually, Saja, I'm sure one of the hottest areas, right? India's got lakhs of agents. We've got a number of brokers, corporate agents that are going out and distributing. AI is here. What's a big change that you see on the distribution side?
So basically, I think as we said earlier, right, information with AI and chatbot and everything becoming so accessible, information, at least the basic information, has become really more accessible to users or customers, and that clearly has an impact in terms of no longer, I think, if you were a regular agent or a regular broker who's just giving a regular advice in terms of saying this is the product, this is the premium, and those are the conversations that used to happen earlier, right? It was the basic conversations that used to happen when you're trying to sell a product, versus not much of, I would say, while there would have been some value that you're adding to the chain, but not too much focus on what value are you bringing to the entire chain, kind of a thing. So for those who are not going to add that value or showcase that value, I think that's going to be a bit of a problem definitely in the distribution segment. So what, at the end of the day, as an organization also, we try to work towards that, to say what is that value that we can bring in that chain, whether it's with insurers on one side or with the customers on the other side. So obviously we do work a lot on the claim side. For example, in the group side that we see, some of the challenges that we see at times with reimbursement claims is, predominantly a customer whom you say a simple thing like a discharge summary. A discharge summary is clearly written as a discharge summary, right? But then the person ends up kind of giving a bill, the final bill, which they get at discharge. And they say, I've given all the documents, why are you delaying it, kind of thing. So with at least earlier, again, you have a form where it says, you have 10 things that you have to upload against each and everything, kind of. Now we're saying, can we kind of, that's what we created for, at least for corporate, saying, it's kind of a Dropbox, you kind of drop everything there, and that's it. And we tell you in about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, what is the thing that's missing out of this, or, if there's something else that's required, or what is the speed at which, your claim can get processed, or, what limits can be done. So that's the kind of value that we're trying to bring into the system, so that there's a clear value that the consumer sees at any point of time, and it's not just the generic advice that they do. The other thing, is that with time, as more and more products have come in, and again, I would say, if you were to compare about, say, 8 to 10 years back, when you looked at health insurance as a product kind of a thing, it was very, very, I would say, it was very similar in nature, I would say. If you were to compare products between 10 different insurance companies about 10 years back, they would be very similar in nature, just about minor tweaks here and there. And price and brand is the only difference that's there. But today, I think with so much of personalization discussion that's going on, and obviously a lot of other coverages that each and everyone starts to ask for, there are about multiple products from multiple insurance companies. So it brings about, say, 20 insurance companies, even if they were to say active on a line of business. And then if you were to say different segments that they work on, there would be nothing less than about 150 products is what I would say, even in the health insurance space, if you were to kind of look at. Now, how do you ensure that which consumer segment, what's the right thing you do? Again, because we have a large force of people, probably about, at any point, I think we would have about 5,000 to 6,000 people advising customers on health insurance only. Yeah. And you would want to ensure that you're giving the right set of product, otherwise the customer might come back about 4 or 5 years later and say, what did you do with me? So how do we ensure that, with time, as the products keep changing, are we able to match that speed And that's where the technology is coming up clearly, and that's where, that's one of things, again, I said, that's something which again adds value, right?
Yeah.
Even at speed, when such products are changing and when something is coming up, you're not missing to kind of say, this is the exact efficient product for you as a consumer, or these are 3 efficient products for you as a consumer,
Yeah.
out of that 150 products. So that's where we're using most of our efforts on the technology side to bring in the value to the chain.
No, it's absolutely amazing, right? Because we've got, again, lakhs of agents out in the field, thousands of people working at brokers, right, today. And while sometimes the industry talks about mis-selling, but in my mind, sometimes it is misinformed selling, because the individual who's doing it doesn't have access to the right information at that point of time, or doesn't have enough context to be able to study and give it forward. So for us as an industry, I think, again, there's a clear-cut use case for using AI technology to be able to empower these agents, sales advisors, to be able to get that information. And then they are the ones maintaining the relationship, they're the ones maintaining the trust, but they have whatever data they required on their fingertips, right, to be able to share that.
So there's one more thing, when you said about whatever data that we have, on the other side, right, when you said misinformed selling or whatever the discussion or the topic that you say, what we try to do is also on the value chain, as I said, what is the value chain that we bring towards the insurers kind of. Always, when we have discussion around claims or something not getting paid, there's a lot of blame that gets put on the insurance ecosystem only. But we also see, as a player who brings about roughly 15-20% of fresh lives to the health insurance ecosystem every year, we also see that there are obviously consumers also who try to play around and game around the system. So that's where, again, data is starting to help very clearly, or AI and other technologies have started to help us, because we have pools of data from what the consumer has been trying to do. We've been in existing for about 16, 17 years now, and we have call recordings for the last 10 years. The customer would have come and told us at some point of time that they have blood pressure, and today he comes and says, no, I am fit and fine after 5 years, all of a sudden, or I was diabetic and today, and things of that sort. Or, they're taking term insurance, and term insurance, obviously, a physical medical is mandatory. Yes. The term insurance physical medical shows that you have diabetic. And then again, 6 months down the line, you come back and you say, I'm going to take health insurance, and say, I'm fit and fine. So that's the kind of thing. So we're trying to figure out, or we're trying to use that with the help of cross combinations as well, to figure out, to bring value chain to the insurer side of it. So we bring in right lives with the right data.
Got it. So make sure that the proposal forms everything accurate from the get-go, so that there's no confusion 5 years later. Because, again, wearing the hat, right? How we are absorbing healthcare as individuals, everybody in this room, increasingly, again, going to a ChatGPT, a Claude, a Gemini, and asking healthcare questions. What do you foresee? How will customers avail your policies in the future, health insurance policies? How will they avail healthcare that you'll be able to provide as an insurer? What does that future look like?
So I think, as an actuary, if I talk about, so we have to change our approach, So if I, as an actuary, we always approach the risk, like a rear view mirror. We look at the past and, try to price the future. But I think we are in the middle of a fundamental shift. If you have observed that the companies, insurers are trying to move from a payer of the claim to the health guardian, right? There is an old adage which says prevention is better than cure. And I think it's no more a philosophy. It's basically a technologically viable, business model. If you look at on the healthcare front, the journey is primarily, anticipatory, right? And so today, if you look at all the customers having health insurance, they interact with their health policy only when some crisis happens, right? Tomorrow, with the integration of of all the digital health records, of using ABA IDs, the experience can be proactive. So I think most of us would have observed what has happened, all the inventions and the technological advancement which was showcased in the recently concluded AI Impact Summit in Delhi. That clearly showcased the amount of activity, the amount of invention which is AI-led that is happening in India. So, and more and more we are seeing that the access to the healthcare is far more driven by AI, right? And there are insurers who have now, as Sumit is talking about the personalization and all. So there are few insurers who have started using AI to offer personalized products to the customer, though in a very small way. But it's like the the process has kind of started, and they are guiding them to go for the health checkups, for the lifestyle, events that they should be following. And customers are also, kind of following that, right? So the way you said, something happens to us first, rather than, talking to here and there, we just go to Gemini or Cloud and say, okay, I have these symptoms, what could have happened to me? Sometimes acidity may feel like a heart attack, right? So maybe, AI-driven triage or, the symptoms tracking apps can actually, lead you to a proper tier care. So something which can be solved just over a teleconsultation rather than really visiting a doctor, right? And as an insurer, we also, try to enter to that space by having an, early indication of what is really happening, trying to incentivize the wellness part of it. And the main idea is to obviously control our claim severity, but at the end, it is a win-win situation for the customer in terms of his health, and for us in terms of the better claims experience, which will ultimately translate into the lower premiums for the customer, right? And when it comes to the, the usage of the policies, which we're having, so I think the moment of the truth is the claim for an insurance policy. And in the health claims journey, I think the most vulnerable part is the hospital discharge. Reimbursement, cashless, everything is fine. Hospital discharge is the most vulnerable and part when the. So I think, but with the NHCX coming in, the automation which is coming in, I think it would be an immediate adjudication. Rather than filling up the manual proposal forms, manual different forms, the real-time data can decide, what is going to happen, right? The customer doesn't have to fight for the claim. The system will identify and identify whether this customer is having the right to care or not in a matter of seconds, right? So in short, as an the AI will compel or will be making the customers to look at their insurance policies and interact with the insurance policies in an entirely different way. It would be, more digital. The customers are going to have far more expectations from their insurers with respect to the speed and the personalization. And as an insurer, we have to, obviously come up the curve, move from the provider, payment of the claim to the health guardian, right? But at the same time, we have to be cautious about what we are really doing.
And Vikas, if you look at all the founders of the frontier labs, everybody working at, Google's outside, AWS is outside. It's amazing because one of the other bigger themes for insurance as an industry, right? They're going to see the next decade, the next 15 years is going to be an amazing time to be in biology. So they're looking at what they're building on the AI side to have a significant impact on the kind of drugs, medication, the healthcare that may be available to us as, say, the human race that was not possible maybe 15 years ago, 30 years ago. And you mentioned this term, right, that technologically it's viable now to be able to provide healthcare to individuals.
Right.
And Ashish, you're in that business, right? Have you seen the paradigm change on how you think about
Correct.
providing these services?
Significant change for us, right? So we are a 140 crore population, 150 crore population, whatever we call it. Several years back, basically, when we were designing our models, how do we treat patients at scale? There's so many phenotypes, people with so many conditions, right? We were building deterministic models, right? Using machine learning and the technology of that era, most advanced technology of that era. But we were still dissecting the entire population into certain cohorts. Those cohorts could be 100, 200, 1500 cohorts. We were trying to dissect the entire population into those cohorts so that we can provide personalized care. In theory, healthcare is personalized, individualized, but in practice, it is mass-produced. Whether you go to a hospital, you go to a clinic, if a doctor is writing a particular medicine, he will be writing that particular medicine in 4 out of 10 prescription he has generated at any point in time. That's how the nature of industry was, because it was practically not possible to individualize it, right? And now we are actually individualizing it, correct? A pregnant female who is going through diabetes, gestational diabetes, and a male person who is on insulin and has blood pressure are very two different phenotypes, right? You cannot treat them with the same approach, correct? Now, with the data, you have the capability to do that in real time, provide that support. At the patient front, the patient is feeling that this is all real time, it is all personalized to him or her, right? But in the back end, there are tools, there are technologies, which is enabling the provider to be more efficient to be able to provide it, right? So I think in the next 10 years, you will see a lot of amalgamation of how insurance and healthcare will become a integrated product or integrated offering to the end customer, right? Because insurers will, like Vikas mentioned, will have to move beyond insuring illness. They will have to underwrite health. They will have to be part of the prevention journey versus basically doing static underwriting. So things will change, and we are already seeing that happening.
No, thanks. Ashish, it's for a country as diverse as India, right? We've already heard a lot of amazing themes today. We've heard about the language theme, thanks to AI, creating new products, distribution is changing. How can we actually individualize, this idea of providing healthcare to policyholders of insurance? But Dilip, it'll make your job slightly harder, right? Now claims, if I could call any interaction to be a claim between an insurer and a policyholder, including a health outcome side, OPD side, the number of claims and nature of claims is changing. How do you reimagine this claims as an idea in this new avatar of ongoing engagement that might happen?
I think claims will eventually, let me put it this way. The whole concept of insurance will eventually change over the next 5 to 10 years. I'm going to up on Ashish and Vikas. This is my thought process. I seriously believe that insurance companies will eventually, health insurance companies will transition and become health tech companies. Okay, and that is a natural progression of growth.
Or health tech companies will become insurance companies if the regulator allows them.
Possibly. Yeah.
But that is going to be the case because insurance will eventually become a very common thing. It will be very commercialized. It will be commoditized, and that is not the business that people will eventually want to get into. You will want to go more, and health tech will be the focus. And going back to the previous question that we spoke about, those data sources that we spoke about, those data sources will eventually drive insurance companies in selling and creating new products that will drive patient wellness, that will drive humanity forward, and that is going to be the approach. And AI is going to play a major role. It is going to be a foundation on which all these are going to be built. Okay, and today's models are going to be, they've already been, they're obsolete since yesterday. So there are new models that are coming from tomorrow, and that's how things are going to be. And over the next 5-10 years, we're going to see a tectonic shift in how we are looking at everyday world. Insurance as such will have to take a new avatar, and I don't know how it will look, but I foresee a lot around personalized, care, and feeding that.
No, thanks. I'm going to ask one last question from everyone on the panel, but we're almost out of time, so I would request if we keep the responses slightly short. What do you think is the single most important long-term impact that you foresee coming out of AI and tech, right? The current wave that we're seeing in the health insurance value chain. I'd request you to keep it a single and quick. Sorry, we're running out of time, just to be careful with the audience. Yeah. Ashish?
No, I think it is already covered, right? The insurance companies will have to take the larger role of becoming health managers of the individual. That is how it will evolve over the course of next 10 years. It will no longer be about who is more efficient in claim processing or claim cost. It will be who is more efficient in optimizing for the incident of occurring a claim, right? Yeah. Because that's where the market has to move. That's where the natural progression is going to happen.
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely agree. The claims ratio is the ratio to go after, right? Not the 2.5% of adjudication, right? Really, it's the claims ratio that we have to really modify as a curve. Dilip?
As of today, I think if you look at how things are going to go in the next year or so, I would say next year or two, it would be predominantly these standard touch points from a customer perspective, that is claims and buying insurance. These are the two touch points where customers eventually interact with an insurance company, and these two will eventually become a breeze, a walkthrough. And that will happen, and that has to be the next immediate change that we will see in insurance.
So better claims leads to trust, faster distribution, more penetration. Makes sense. great two areas for AI to attack. Sumit?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think in my view, bringing back trust in the ecosystem would be very, very important. While technology can't solve every part of it, it would require long-term view of stakeholders running the companies and keeping customer at heart. But technology could solve some of it. I think the transparency part of it and also the predictability part of it. Transparency from the point of view of customer not revealing their health conditions. That's where the health records would bring transparency. Insurers using broad brush approach to price products would also become more transparent and personalized. And customers having a limited view of what's going on with their claims would be solved using technology and NHCX, right? So technology to solve transparency and predictability, eventually leading to trust.
Amazing. Thanks, Sumit. Yeah,
So, as for me, it be the point which is claims. That's what, right? Predominantly what we say is, if you're able to get that process ironed out in a much smoother way, that leads to a lot of trust automatically back into the ecosystem. Today we see a lot of people who also approach to buy a health insurance also end up not buying to an extent because of whatever that they hear, saying, will this really help me, or will that experience be so smooth or not? So I think if you're able to figure that out, ensuring that, probably the doctor comes and says at 9 o'clock that you're good to discharge, and 9:15 you're ready to move out of the hospital in a smoother way. That's what brings in a lot of trust back into the system.
Got it, amazing. So AI to build trust in the product or the promise of the service that we've all committed to providing. Vikas?
So I'll take a little longer view to this. So having assumed that all these claim issues have been resolved and everything is streamlined, so I think we will move to a time when all the data points, whether the insurance company, IIB, ABDM, and NHCX, and from any other source we are able to get from the variables and all, we may move to a concept of telematics of life.
Okay.
We have telematics in insurance, wherein we say your premium is charged basis how you drive. Maybe I charge the premium how you live.
Got it. Makes sense. I think that world may not be far away, right? Actually, already.
And that is, the idea is not, to do a continuous underwriting for the profitability. That is obviously one part of it. But the larger idea would be to have a better health longevity of the Indian population, which is the target of any Indian insurance company and the regulator, so that the fellow population, our citizens, should live a better and a healthy life.
No, and I'll say this for everyone, right? Already scientists are saying that the first human who lived to be 150 has been born already. So in the context of offering a retail health product where the lifespan is going to continue to go up, but maybe health span also needs to catch up, all of us have to work together. Do we have time for questions, or any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Do we have a mic? Or if you could just speak loudly.
They are not being acquainted, thank you so much, not being acquainted with what changes are happening and what is that they need to know before taking a better decision for themselves. So I think until and unless we are able to educate the mass about what is good for them, what is bad for them, irrespective of what technology comes in, that category of people is not going to change and not going to think better for themselves. This is my thought.
In general, if you look at human race, right, I think we've just grown in knowledge and how to use it better and better. There may be obviously some questions around, is the information that they're getting accurate or not? The source from where they're getting it is credible or not? Those may be some of the questions for us to dabble with. And again, that's a concern, right? While we're all depending on, say, ChatGPT, we're not sure if it's actually giving us accurate answers or not. Similarly, Google, accurate answers or not. But not sure if you've seen any responses, but the aim is to ensure that information, especially in healthcare, needs to come from a credible, verified source and validated to minimize, say, hallucinations. All of that's obviously very crucial to do right today.
No, correct. I think, see, the technology will evolve, right? And people will leapfrog some of those things. People may not go to doctors for triaging, right? What we are seeing as technology of today, 5 years down the line, it will be very, very different. And maybe it will be highly accurate, much accurate than a doctor, because doctor is not able to put everything in context, right? So that may happen over the period of time. And we can't stop that from happening. What basically, I don't know, maybe are we capable enough to regulate some of these products, right? Time will tell us how these markets are going to evolve. People will use it, but yes, the basic awareness amongst the population has to go up the curve, because there always will be information which may not be right, right? My father-in-law is diabetic for last 40 years. He still asks me, is there a tablet which he can consume and his diabetes will be solved, right? Because people, we as a generation, we as a human race are very hopeful people, right? And that's one of our characteristics. So we will look for those cheat codes, answers, and if someone is giving us that cheat code, whether it is AI or a human being, we have a tendency to follow that, right? So we'll have to raise the basic awareness of the population at some level to be able to solve for those.
I'll give you one example. So we're all a large, very heavy cricket consuming nation, isn't it? Now you watch cricket? Okay. So if I give you an example where there's a batsman playing, the ball pitches right in between middle and leg stump and drifting towards the pad, do you think it is out? Exactly. You don't know the answer, isn't it? It is always the case with technology. You will never ever know the answer because technology will always outrun you. We will make stupid decisions, but eventually there will be a set of people who will know what to do and will guide the rest of the society. That is how AI is also going to play. We are not going to be, we will make stupid decisions. Today, we are making stupid decisions by asking AI so many things, thinking that we are going to get answers. But we don't know the rest of how that data is being used, how things are being consumed. So I think it's a problem that will always tend to happen.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes.
I think this forum has discussed a lot of technical possibilities, technical solutions to find the best product for an individual, right? That's the purpose of this. The one thing that perhaps we have not touched, and I am not an expert, but I would like to know your views. What is the cost of providing this service for a particular clinical condition in a hospital if I have the insurance versus if I don't have the insurance? What is the ratio and who's solving that problem?
Vikas, let the actuary take a crack. Vikas has put his hands up. He's like, that's one. Vikas.
So I'll
yeah,
broker
Sajay,
it.
You want to go for it? Okay.
Yeah. So as Vikas is saying, he's on the receiving end, and there's consumer on the other end. So I'll broker it in between as a broker. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
done. Perfect.
So I think you hit it very right, sir. I think this is a problem that we see in day out, unfortunately, and I think it's been somehow as someone said, right? Every system evolves over a period of time. So probably over a period of time, that's how the system has evolved today, and we are not saying this is the constant state that it's going to remain in. Unfortunately, today the way it runs is, I'll take one more step beyond it to explain, probably how different it is also. You might say that versus insurance versus not insurance, there's a difference in charge which is happening, right? There's also a difference between a private insurer and a PSU also to an extent. For those in the insurance, they understand it better. Because all the 4 PSUs have a larger base. There's something called as GIPSA, which is the General Insurance Public Sector Association, which has negotiated much harder rates. Now there's a difference between that as well. Now the private insurer says, what wrong did I do? But then obviously it's at the end of the day, they've been able to negotiate some rates very hard with them, which might say, in some of the best hospitals, they might even be able to give maternity at about 30,000 rupees as a package. Unfortunately, today, that's how it is. Now, it works the other way around in some of the hospitals where they say, with insurance, we come with insurance, I would do whatever it is. If you give me cash, I would do it immediately at a lower cost. And it works both ways. But what the team is also trying to do, I'm sure that GI Council and others, is there a way that some of this can be kind of standardized? Otherwise, what's happening is every now and then, you really cannot predict who's going to be charged what for the same ailment. Someone might be charged about 50,000, someone might be charged 75,000. And insurers also have a certain type of limit, and then we see those complaints every day in day out where say there's a reasonable and customary charge that's been charged. Why is this reasonable and customary charge? Because average cost in that area is about roughly supposed to be 40,000, but then you went to hospital who charged you 70,000. I would say an average consumer probably or a below average consumer would not understand it. But sir, today I would say some part of blame also is there on the consumer side, because there are hospitals. I'm sure if you're from Hyderabad, you would understand that there are hospitals which are on the luxury side of it as well. Now, if you're saying that I would want to go to that hospital, which is going to give me luxury kind of a thing, and then expect the regular product to pay, probably, again, I'm not putting the entire blame there. All this 50% probably is on the system that is developed over a period of time, but there's 20% on the consumer side, and the other which is attributed to it. Over a period of time, I think the ecosystem, which is GI Council, the regulator, and obviously there's a government which has started to discuss at least. Obviously, we spoke about 5 years back. No one spoke about anything around hospitals and, is there a way to regulate the prices and all. But at least now the discussion has started to an extent. So probably in the next couple of years, we see that something happens on that stage where this thing comes into picture, where at least some of these become very, very, I would say, transparent in nature, where you'd expect that difference not to be there, or you'd be kind of treated very fairly.
Also, one more thing goes back to what Dr. Mukund Kulkarni had said in the morning. There's a non-availability of medical inflation data, and that is a huge part that is actually playing a role. And with that information, I think prices can be streamlined, and it will help in coming up with better products. So that is a crucial aspect that there needs to be effort and needs to be worked on for that information to be available. Because we don't know why medical inflation is increasing at 14%, 15% every year. That data part is seriously missing.
Yep. One last question, if any.
Maybe to add to insight on the medical inflation, right?
Sure.
So there's a working party working on it to build medical inflation index.
Yeah.
So you should have some time. You should have it in some time.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you so much, panelists and Prerak, for such an engaging discussion. I now request Prerak, our moderator, to offer the panelists with a token of our appreciation. Mr. Ashish Garg.
Ashish, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Mr. Dilip Murali. Mr. Sumit Ramani. Mr. Sajja Praveen Chaudhary.
Sajja, thank you for coming. Really appreciate it.
And Mr. Vikas Garg.
Vikas, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Prerak. I request Mr. Vikram Pagaria, Director at National Health Authority, to offer a memento to Prerak, our moderator for the session. Now we'll continue with the winner presentations for the business case problem statements. As discussed in the standardization panel in the morning, I think someone was talking about how standardization in claims settlement shouldn't be viewed just as a compliance burden, but also as something that can be used for unlocking value. It was with this idea that we had 2 business case problem statements as part of the hackathon. The first in this category was leveraging NHCX for fraud detection and management. I invite the first prize winner, Abhishek Jana from team Cream AI, to present their idea.
Good evening. So myself Suvajit, we are Team Kriyam. I have been joined with Dhruva Jyoti and Abhishek Jana is absent today. So we'd like to present our point on the business use case that we have been working on. Yes. Thank you. So at Kriyam.ai, we build fraud detection, digital forensic tools, and risk management solutions for insurance and financial services company, which is being used by leading leading insurance companies. Is it okay? Yeah, thank you. Leading insurance company and financial services company today to manage or minimize their risk. So what we have seen is like since we have been working on the fraud perspective, and when this challenge came to us, it was a very natural fit that we found, that which NHCX, which is giving us a good amount of standardized data in FHIR format, and along with the data which is coming from the policyholder like ABHA, HPR, the professional registry, and the HFR, which we can actually be used to detect a lot of phantom, phony provider details verification, because we had those models which can be integrated on that. And the third important point is like, since we can get a good amount of cross insurer validity, so this will help us to cross check against the different claims made in a certain time period, and to find out is there any kind of a discrepancy or anomaly in that, to detect and prevent any kind of a fraud, wastage and abuse that is being done in the system. With this, I will like to invite Dhruva, my colleague, to present the solution that we have been talking about.
Thank you. So, my name is Dhruvajit Bhattacharya. I work with machine learning systems at Kriyam AI. So in the current pipeline that we are presenting, as you can see, we have 4 agents. So in the first step, you can see the data ingestion through NHCX platform. The data already comes in FHIR provided resources. So mean it's already structured. There's no need for manual review. So after that, we process it through ABHA and HPR and HFR registries to check for the doctors and the hospitals. Since that is completed, we then take a specialized, domain specialized LLM. We used MedJama for this presentation and check any clinical inconsistencies in the report. For example, if the lab reports matches the actual conditions, if the prescribed medicines are actually of the diagnosed disease. After that, we have a specialized team in our Kriyam AI platform. We work with tampering detection. We pass it through our tampering detection module to check for any tampering detection. We provide multiple checks like photoshopped, AI generated images, if there is any edited images. After that, we process all this information to a consolidation agent that is a reasoning agent. That agent will process all the information and will generate a risk score and some red flags if there is any found in the documents. And with that information, the adjudicator can decide to process the claim or not. So that is the workflow. And after that, we have a workflow orchestration platform. It is a no-code tool. Here you can create agents and create a workflow without creating any code. So as you can see, the input is the NHCX data. And after that, we have 4 agents. And each of the agents I just explained the previous slide. So there's no need of any code. It will be done in an automated system. And after that, the risk score will be generated. This is a screenshot from the platform. And yeah, so that's it. Thank you, NHA, for providing us this opportunity. Also, please visit kriyam.ai. We make trusted AI systems to make every decision, document, and process verifiable. Thank you.
Yeah. Next, we have Vedant from Team Arogya ID to present his idea.
So
when we started working on this problem statement to fight fraud, waste, and abuse, we wanted to look at from an holistic perspective of every stakeholder. So we started speaking to multiple hospitals, insurers, and patients to figure out where the root cause is and what's causing this repetitive action between the stakeholders. So we wanted to come up with a system that makes sure keeping everybody in mind and everybody is supported to tackle this fraud, waste, and abuse from their side of the angle. So that's how we came up with CIBIL score for health insurance built on top of NHCX, with focus on increasing the transparency and reducing the friction between the stakeholders. So what's broken? What's the root cause? Hospitals feel that, to summarize, hospitals feel that their MOUs are not being updated and they are unable to fight their inflating bills. And when we look from an insurer angle, they feel that hospitals are submitting an inflated bills, and also a separate category of fraud activity is also happening. And how do we fight this? How do we look at the whole fraud, which takes multiple shapes and sizes? If we start looking at from an operational perspective, we need to keep evolving the product. We need to keep fighting from different directions. So we, when we look at insurers from the current operational point of view, they are tackling with high false positive cases, and every case that comes up flagged as a fraud, they will have to work on document every investigation, and they take a lot of time collecting documents itself, which is the first basic step. And while this is happening, they're spending too much money and time on all the unnecessary low value cases, and which is also leading for individual users, patients, getting worried, and they are losing out on their brand value. And when they are trying to tackle this, they're treating every claim as a new claim, and they don't have a deeper insights on the previous claims of the same user. They have silo visibility within the insurer and also across the insurers. That's when we came up with rather move from a siloed suspicion individually within the insurer to an ecosystem certainty, where we utilize NHCX plus ABDM infrastructure to build claim trust score, similar like CIBIL score in the financial institutes, where we assign for every claim incident, we assign and we track for every stakeholder, for patients, for hospitals, for insurers, and for doctors. Make sure we increase the trust and transparency among the stakeholders. So the impact that we could help create, we can reduce all the false positive and decrease the noise, and also increase the trust among the stakeholders, and we can lower the leakages from multiple angles. Overall, we can expect to reduce alert and increase the precision on the alert, and investigation speeds by almost 50%, and leakage containment of 2% value of the payout, and which overall increases the customer experience, reduces the cost, and provides best value for all the stakeholders. And operationally also, they can focus more on high risk clusters. Thank you.
Yeah. Next, I invite the second runner-up in this problem statement, Nikhil Danvani from the AutoFlow AI team.
So, hi everyone, good evening. Nikhil this side from AutoFlow AI. So, the problem statement which we are solving is, in the health insurance ecosystem itself, every year you have around 12,000 CR frauds happening, and this is the reported number. Actual number might be 2x or 3x of this. So the solution which we are proposing, and in fact which we have created and is deployed at some of the leading insurance companies across India, is we have created a real-time system which sits on top of NHCX standardization and FHIR transactions, and it leverages all the claims data to position the fraud detection space from a post-payment fraud detection to a pre-authorization and pre-payment real-time fraud prevention. So before you pay, before you process claims, we are tracking the fraud, which currently happens after the claim is processed. So this is the solution, and the entire problem statement lies around duplicate claims across insurance. Like many patients, they file claims across different insurers be it private or public, and then they ask for reimbursement or cashless claims from them. They send the same claims. We are seeing patterns like different hospitals also send similar claims by just changing the Aadhaar numbers or lab reports and then submitting repeat claims. And all this happens because of somewhat liaising between the patients, between the hospitals, agents, and brokers. So we are tracking each and every entity across the entire value chain using the ML algorithms. And then comes identity fraud, like checking the bank details, Aadhaar details of the patient, whether the genuine patient was submitted or it's a duplicate document, checking the metadata for fraud analytics. And then many cases we are seeing that hospitals simply do upcoding and inflation of the bill. Like the patient could have recovered in 2 days, but they kept the patient for 7 days just to inflate the bill. Or they charge unnecessary high price medicines. They are upcoding the prices of medicines as compared to the retail prices, so on, or online prices. So these type of frauds we are seeing, and we are tackling these. And the approach which we have created to curb these type of frauds is, first of all, is the standardized FHIR transactions. So every claim document which we are getting, we are extracting the details from that using OCR and NLP models. Then comes admission notes, data extraction, procedure notes, lab reports, payment reports, etc. Then creating a ABA health ID of that patient, checking whether the patient was a legitimate patient using their identity across the historical claims which they might have submitted and their details across different insurance companies. So the system is checking that. And along with this, we have also incorporated HPR, which is Healthcare Professional Registry, basically checking the authenticity of the broker or the TPA, authenticity of the patient, authenticity of the policy number, authenticity of the hospital which is submitting those claims using NHCX standardized flows, and then creating a clinical outlier detection and fraud patterns and ML risk scoring algorithms assigning to each claims. So our ultimate vision is that even though the health insurance frauds industry is around 12,000 CR, even if we are able to reduce that by 1%, that will be a huge cost savings to the entire ecosystem. So this is it. Thank you.
Next, we have the final problem statement, leveraging NHCX for time and cost optimization of claims processing. The first prize winner, Bharat Bhushan Arora and team, are not available today and will not be able to present. So we can move on to the first runner-up, Harshit Bhojne and team.
Good evening, everyone. This is Latesh Shetty from Centrico Insurance Repository. We are part of CDSL and one of the subsidiaries of CDSL. Along with Harshit from Shovel Tech, we have been following the development in NHCX for last 2 years now. And the way the entire program today was conducted is exactly nicely put up. And problem statement 5 is the precise business case which we have been looking at. And when this Ideathon problem statement 5 came, it actually met our thesis. It validated our thesis. We have, I think, 5 minutes. We'll just play a 2-minute video just to understand what is the product in a layman's term for the guys who are not have been following the NHCX piece, so that a 2-minute video can understand what is the health provider, how it looks at it from the health provider side, and post that Harshad will take us through the important piece, how it is going to get implemented, and show us the money, how the insurers are going to save the costs by implementing this entire system, and how the hospitals are going to benefit out of it by building more trust in the ecosystem. So, video please.
for NHCX adoption. Welcome to the neutral orchestration layer for NHCX adoption. This platform enables secure, standardized and auditable exchange of health claim information without disrupting existing hospital, TPA or insurer system. Powered by Centrico Insurance Repository Limited and Shoveltech Solutions Private Limited. Let's start with the demonstration. Let's first understand the foundational NHCX technical architecture. The hospitals, TPAs and insurers continue operating their own applications. NHCX acts as a neutral exchange layer, validating, transforming and routing standardized claim bundles, while repositories such as ABA and registries ensure trusted verification. NHCX functionalities. NHCX delivers the core capabilities required for end-to-end claim information exchange. Coverage eligibility checks, status tracking, registry integration, standard policy interpretation, participant verification, and transparent communication without centralizing control or funds. Healthcare provider portal login. Healthcare providers access the platform through a secure role-based login. Authentication ensures that only authorized claim administrators can initiate and track claim information under NHCX. Claims dashboard. This is a hospital claims dashboard. It provides a consolidated view of all the claims, approved claims, pending claims, and queries. When initiating a cashless or pre-authorization request, the hospital continues using familiar clinical and administrative data. The ABA verification, policy reference, insurer selection, and other treatment details are captured once and then they are structured into a standard compiled NHCX message. The user has to enter his 14-digit ABA ID. If the ABA ID is considered to be valid, then the process moves forward. If not, then the user has to generate his own ABA ID. This portal is designed by Shoveltech and Centrico. After submitting the request, the claim is successfully registered with all the key details, including claim ID, patient information, insurer, and the requested amount. Once submitted, the system tracks the request in real time and keeps everyone updated on the status. Claim processing timeline. Submitted, CIRL policy lookup, NHCX message creation, insurer review, and approved claims. All are tracked in real time, creating complete visibility for every stakeholder. The claims are reviewed and approved within seconds, with the sanctioned amount clearly displayed along the authorization number and the approval notes. The pre-authorization letter and the NHCX transaction receipts are the available documents, which can be downloaded, ensuring a fast and transparent paperless claim process. Every claim generates a complete and immutable audit trail. All events, validation, transmission, responses, and closure are cryptographically logged, ensuring regulator-ready evidences for audits, reviews, and dispute resolution. Once the request is validated, the claim is securely encrypted, signed, and dispatched through NHCX gateway. This is how NHCX adoption scales, through a neutral orchestration layer that respects the existing system, strengthens trust, and delivers transparency by design. Interoperability without disruption, and governance without centralization. We don't change how claims are adjudicated. We make it possible for NHCX to work in the real world.
Jai Hind everybody. Jai Hind everybody. This is Harshad Bhojne from Shoveltech Solutions. I'm the founder of Shoveltech Solutions. I hope you liked the demo. So let me just quickly take you through the value part which everybody is interested in today's world, whether it is the insurance company or whether it is the hospital. What is the money factor in it? So just quick facts on this that, as per the latest IRDA annual report, about 3 crore 26 lakh claims were processed in the last financial year. So the total days it took to settle was, the average settlement cycle was about 45 to 75 days. The rework loops were about 20 to 30%. So where this friction is, it's fragmented in the eligibility part, the pre-authorization and the settlement workflows. So now let's come to the cost of this inaction. So even a 150 or a 200 rupees of available friction per claim, it compounds to about close to 500 to 6.5 crore in annual systemic inefficiencies across the entire health insurance ecosystem. So what we're trying to show here is India has the standards, but the claims execution remains manual. So that is where we are focusing on. Now, what is our approach? We work on these 5 simple sutras, that is convert, validate, route, respond and track. So we are talking about a neutral orchestration layer. The insurer has good systems with them, the hospital have good systems with them, but the only thing is nobody talks to each other. And we have standards which are done by NHCX, they are beautiful standards, but only standards will not help. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to hold a conversation between all of them right now. So we are not replacing any core insurer system. We are not replacing any HI systems at the hospital. We are not trying to replace the TPA systems. What we are trying to do is just standardize the coordination layer amongst all these ecosystem players and acting as a connective tissue. So we are not competing with any other platform right here. So we're trying to position ourselves as a neutral coordination layer. So the value realization, as I said, that even if you save 150 rupees under one claim, we are going to open up a saving of about 500 crores across the 3 crore 26 lakh claims that are being processed. And what the industry numbers have shown, that the claims processing has been increased, have shown a growth of about 21% year on year. So if you look at that, I'm not talking about the industry growth, I'm talking about the claims processing rate that has been shown. So it is about 20% and this is going to increase. So even if you save that 150 rupees by doing this, the operational gains would be about 10 to 20% of less manual interventions. You'll have fewer rework cycles. The tag, which is currently about 45 to 75 days, if we can bring it down to 15 to 20 days, by 15 to 20 days, that is going to unlock the efficiency without even increasing the health insurance premium. So what we are trying to do here is, my closing argument would be that, protocol to conversation. So NRCS has defined the language, NHCX defines the protocol, the ABDM sandbox checks the compliance, but protocols don't move claims, conversations do. So what we are trying to do is, claims do not need any other product, it needs a rail. So that is what we are trying to present here. So I end with this, Latesh, if you want to. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
And finally, we have the second runner-up in this problem statement, Someshwar Pandey and team.
So, why does digital claim Hello. Oh no, it's fine. So let's start again. So why does digital claim still takes a day? Everything today we are happening at instant, and goods are delivering at doorstep within 7 to 10 minutes at our doorstep. Hi, Someshwar this side. Good evening to everyone. So today we are here to talk about we already discussed that there are the problems that we are facing in the claim settlement and claim processing. So the major problem that everyone we today talk about, every panelist will talk about the landscape of the health ecosystem. During the discussion, the three major problems that come out. One is the customer convenience, second is operational frictions, and third the quality and privacy trust. And we talk about the first that we discuss the customer inconvenience, where all the data is fragmented, and all HIMS, LIMS are the TPAs, their softwares are independent. They are not directly interlinking to each other. They are playing as an independent role in the system, health ecosystem. As a patient, if I am visiting to any hospital or any diagnostic labs or any other health ecosystem, they have my different PIDs. So each one have their different PIDs, and they are independently working. So now the health eco, so hospital insurer desk is struggling with the fragmented data flow. Now coming to so we have built one system where so hospital insurances desk struggle with the fragmented data workflow. Patient think that hospital is not responding, or they not doing the task at the time, and they are not cooperating. Hospital are thinking insurance companies are not cooperating. So multiple insurance portal are there. So they have to upload and claim on each portals. They have to log in again different kind of portals, and upload manual documents, track claim status, and across the different systems. So using NHCX API and the coding standards, NHCX and profile FHAR bundles, so we have developed one solution with the leverage of these APIs and standards. So to build a practical and interoperable solution for industry. So if you want to do a claim, you can process it automatically. So when customer is entering in the system, and if you want to enter their claim so their policy ID in the system, you will get the information from the APIs. And what we have did, so we have created one SDK, and that is micro front end and SDK first approach, where you no need to do the coding at your end. What you have to do, you have to just download our SDK or the WebKit. You have to integrate in your system, and you can start processing your claim with the system using NHCX. So here, using NHCX API we have developed is, and our solution is not NHCX enabled smart claim orchestration platform, but it's also SDK first approach. So where hospital and partners, they can quickly integrate it, and without their own writing the code, or they are opening a new thread to their system. And adoption is more quicker and easier. If someone has a insurance end of HIMS or any LIMS who want to enable it, they can enable it within 7 to 10 days at their end. And we are also, so there are several steps that we are using in it, that the coverage eligibility, second pre-authorization, structural claim submission, error handling, and status tracking as well. So our SDK approach are not reduce only the operation cost and cutting the claim processing time as well. And it's not limited to the claim and timing processing as well. Approach is also reduce the overall adoption cost by the companies up to 30 to 50%. It varies company to company, and also around 30 to 50% in the time, around the time as well. So now, so in short, if manual, so if any portal they are doing the process manually, they can use our SDK, and our WebKit are available, so they can use it, and they can integrate seamlessly within a week, and they can start using it. So now, thanks to before I conclude, I am also the last winner and presenter of today. So I would like take a moment to sincerely thanks to NHA and IIT Hyderabad for organizing such a remarkable event. And And I also like to thank to my team. They have put restless effort and dedication toward build the platform. And thanks. If anyone want to connect and anyone want to see the demo, you can scan the QR. You can just send me text and we'll demonstrate you and we'll give you the how you can integrate with your existing system. Thank you for everyone again.
Yeah, thank you to all the prize winners for their presentations. And with that, we've reached the end of the first day of the NHCX Innovation Meet. For tomorrow, we have several exciting things lined up, including important dignitaries like the IIT Chairman, CEO, National Health Authority, Secretary Health Andhra Pradesh addressing the gathering. We will also have the hackathon winners being facilitated from and by the CEO NHA, and the inaugural session will begin sharp at 9:30, so I'm requesting you all to be in your seats by 9:25. And now we can break for tea and snacks and see you all tomorrow bright and early. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm and participation.